right, everybody. How you doing? This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today. It is February 26th. We are live and happy to be speaking with you. We started like 1 minute late, so I'm sorry for that, but I'm happy to be here with you to have these conversations. I hope everyone's going to be well. We're going to put up the chat. If this is the first time that you are seeing our channel, we want to welcome you and thank you for being part of our audience. Every Sunday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we go live to hear from you all around the world, to hear what you have to say about all the issues that matter to you. Because we think it's important to hear your voices. We believe in free speech. And it's not just an American value. It is for everyone in the world, even if the internet overlords do not like that. So we're looking forward to hearing from you. You can send in a text or a chat or a tweet to us. And you can also reach us at 607-242-9247. The phone lines are on and ready to hear what you have to say from anywhere in the world. You can also reach us off of the Facebook Messenger, off of our Voss Political Commentary. We're happy to hear what you have to say and talk with you about all the issues that matter to you. Because you guys, you make it all worthwhile. You're the guys why I'm here every week, and we have a lot to talk about. We're going to be talking about what happened with China that just came about. Is the Ukraine-Russian war going to end? Have we seen the end of the potential of World War III? Is that still possible? Are there going to still be 3 regional wars based on the news that we saw just recently come out? Let's talk about, did you hear about the news about the FBI? And what the FBI has now been, it seems to be alleged, the major news media is coming out and they've talked about what the FBI did in 2020 that the FBI was doing in the 1960s. They did the same thing. And how is this going to affect you? Because it is having an impact on all of our lives here in the United States and overseas. How about this? Let's talk about what's going on with the U.S. economy. Let's talk about what's happening with Iran. Let's talk about the impact of diversity and how it is affecting our nation. Let's talk about Ohio and what just happened this week in Ohio. We're going to talk about all of that. Plus, this is a conversation with you. So if there's something that you want to talk about, if there's an issue I'm not covering that you think is important, whether you're in the UK or in India, in Germany, France, Norway, if you're in Peru or Canada, I don't care where in the world you are. If you have something you want to talk to us about, send us a chat, give us a call, let us know. We will talk because your voice is what is important. Now, before I get into, and the way the program starts, if you're new to the channel, if you're not familiar with the way that we do our format, normally we start off, we talk a little bit about the international aspect, things that are happening in America or affecting everyone in the world, and then we tend to get to more American regional or statewide or national issues. We're going to cover a little bit of that. But before we do that, I do want to mention on Monday, that's right, tomorrow, February 27th, I had an interview with the United Kingdom channel Alternative, and that's with a dash in there. You can see it on the screen. At the end of the show, you'll see links to everything we're showing you on screen. Tomorrow, they will be publishing the interview I had in the UK, talking with them about the United States, about the United Kingdom, about the politics that's affecting all of our countries. I hope that you will check this out on this new and growing channel. I think it would be very insightful to see what the United Kingdom is thinking about the things that are happening in the United States and how we're affecting lives around the globe. I think it's a great interview. I'm looking forward to seeing what your reactions are to that. In addition, I do also want to mention, if you have not had the chance to do so yet, please check out the interview I did with Larry Sharp that was on Monday, where we were talking about e-girls. We were talking about, sex online, sexuality online. Is OnlyFans something that's moral? Is it legal? Should it happen? How is that impacting the rest of our society, our kids? It's a very in-depth conversation, and I want you to check it out. I was talking with Leanne Starr, Larry Sharp, and myself. So you had a libertarian, a OnlyFans e-cam girl, and myself, a conservative. I think you'll find that very interesting. Please do check that out. Again, at the end of the show, links for everything I'm talking about will be available so you can go and see it for yourself. Eye-opening conversations, I think. With that introduction said about what's coming up and what we've already done, did you hear about what's happening in Iran? I know nobody's talking about Iran. We've been talking about Iran and what's been happening there all year. In fact, we've been talking about Syria, we've been talking about China, North Korea, where the mainstream media doesn't want you to know. They do not want you to be informed or to consider how this is impacting your life. But remember, we've been hearing from Joe Biden from day one. He has been trying to get Iran to sign on to the Iran nuclear deal. In the same time, on day one, Joe Biden sent in He doubled the number of American troops in Syria. We covered this earlier this week, going through all of the things that he's done since he stepped into office. Well, it's very important to talk about Iran because, as we see now being released by Forbes today, Iran is in Syria and they are increasing the defenses for Syria. Now, let me try and break this down very quickly for everyone. We've been involved in the Syrian war since about 2016, 2017. The United States has troops right now. There are American troops in Syria, and they have been fighting since about 2017. And Joe Biden doubled the number of American troops fighting in Syria right now. Most people have forgotten about this. You don't hear about this. This is important. The problem is we're fighting not just Syria. This is a civil war, and we're fighting in Syria against the Syrian government, against Iran, and against Russia. That's why this is important, because this isn't just about the Middle East. It's not just about Iran. It's about Russia, too. And the pressures that have been building up to regional wars in the Middle East and Europe have been happening since day one. Literally, January 20th of 2021, Joe Biden was pushing the levers, bringing us closer and closer to war. We did a video about this earlier this week, going over all the details about this. So this is important that we now know. Not only are we seeing Southeast Asia militarize, not only is Iran sending out weapons to Yemen and the Houthi rebels, not only is the United Arab Emirates building up their missiles and weapons, not only is Israel attacking Iran, Iran is supplying weapons to Syria. The whole thing is getting more militarized. If you thought, oh, we need to get out of Afghanistan, we need to get out of Iraq, we need to get out of the Middle East, it's not happening. I know Joe Biden spent his first year saying, he's such a great guy, and he's going to get us out of the wars. He can end wars too, just like Trump did. He's a great negotiator. He's looking out for America as he brings us deeper and deeper into more and more wars. And he's escalating the wars that we have been in. And if there's anyone who wants to dispute that, if there is any Democrat, any progressive, any libertarian, anybody in American politics, any politician across this country that would like to dispute this with me, let's go through it. Let's call into the program. We can go over the details point by point. And Joe Biden is bringing America closer to war than we saw with Trump, who got demonized for not bringing America closer to wars, and even more so than what Obama did when we were involved in several wars, Iraq, Afghanistan, when we were involved in Syria, and those conflicts amongst many others. Hey, hot chicks, It is good to see you. By the way, Dal, it is also good to see you. Now, folks, this is important. We aren't being told what's happening in Syria, but our troops are under fire right now. They are being attacked right now. ISIS is growing again because Joe Biden has screwed up the policy, because we have no international plan. I know people who watch the program every week are going, Mike, but you always bring this up because no one else, you're not hearing this in CNN. CNN didn't mention to you that ISIS has resurged this year, that they are attacking American troops in Syria this year, that Iran is building up Syrian forces, helping ISIS, Al-Qaeda, to help everyone attack America, and they're also providing weapons to Russia. Why? Because the United States is supporting the Ukraine. And I know this week was the big week about the Ukraine. Oh my God, the war has been going on for a year. It's been a full year of war in the Ukraine, and no one could believe it. It's amazing. No one thought this was happening. That's a lie. On this channel, and you can go back, and you will see that we have been telling you from day one, before the war even started. In December of 2021, we were telling you we were going to be going into a war. We told you that Joe Biden was leading us into war because he had no plan, nor is he respected. And now the media is going, well, this is the war no one thought could make it this long. It is this long because we have not put fear into Russia to stop. So they're going forward. And Iran is helping them do this. And Iran is building up for their own war. And China and North Korea are building up for their wars. And we are seeing nations across this world, across the globe, picking sides. You need to be aware of this because it could be your son, it could be your daughter, your dad, your mom, your uncle, your aunt. It could be your friend down the block. People you know will be fighting these wars. And we've made this case for over 3-4 years now, talking about how we are getting closer to that. While the rest of the news media, they don't want you to remember. Yes, I know. This article came out in Forbes, and no one's talking about it. No one noticed it, because no one cares about Syria, but you should. Because that means the Middle East is militarizing, just like Southeast Asia is militarizing. It is getting more dangerous. And as it gets more dangerous, American lives and the American economy is more and more in line. You're looking at more and more inflation because of this. But I also want to talk about China. And there's a lot of things that are happening with China this week. Everyone wants you to talk about the Ukraine, and we have to give more money to the Ukraine, and we have to give more weapons to the Ukraine, and we've got to train the people to use the weapons in the Ukraine. Which one of the questions I have to ask is, why? Why must the United States, why must Germany, why must the United Kingdom give billions upon billions of dollars? We're talking about almost $200 billion combined. Why are we giving that to the Ukraine? We're never going to get that money back. Why do we have to send our tanks and our weapons over to the Ukraine? We're never going to get them back. Why are we going to be sending troops into the Ukraine to fight? You got to think this through, folks. We're going to be sending in, if we are sending in troops to work to fix those tanks, the M1 Abrams, to be able to teach the Ukrainians how to use the M1 Abrams to repair them. We have troops going into the Ukraine. And then if we send in planes, we're going to have even more. And they want you to say, but we have to give them more. What did Chuck Schumer say on Friday? That we will have unending support. He is willing, Chuck Schumer is willing to have war without end. That is his quote. That is from his conversation in Twitter. I was talking about it on Friday night at 9 p.m. on the Liberty First Foundation this Friday that just passed. And I showed everyone the tweet that came out from Chuck Schumer saying he's going to have unending war. Matter of fact, give me a second. I will pull up the tweet for you to prove and to show you that Chuck Schumer is a warmonger. And he wants you to be a warmonger. He doesn't want you to think about the cost, whether it's money or it's people or the way it's going to make the world more dangerous. He doesn't care about that. He doesn't want you to think about that. But I want you to see what he had to say. Here it is. So here's in my Twitter. This is on February 24th. Chuck Schumer said, "To honor their heroism and show our unwavering support for Ukraine's fight for freedom and democracy." Wait a minute. Why are we having unwavering support for the Ukraine? It's not our war. And Ukraine is a corrupt nation. They always have been a corrupt nation. Now, are they better than Russia? Probably. Do they deserve help? Probably. But to say that we have unwavering support for a nation that Joe Biden was threatening under the Obama-Biden administration. In 2014, 2016, Joe Biden was threatening them. So much for unwavering support. Chuck Schumer goes on to say, "I was proud to lead the Senate in delivering $113 billion in military, economic, and human aid. $113 billion would resolve the homeless crisis in the United States. $113 billion would feed all the children who are in poverty in America. $113 billion would be able to help our vets. In fact, $113 billion could do all three of those things at the same time and have money left over. That's how much money we spent on the Ukraine last year." And Chuck Schumer's proud of that, and that's fantastic. But here's the thing. Now and for as long as it takes, the United States stands shoulder to shoulder with the Ukraine. That is endless war. Chuck Schumer is saying on his tweet on February 24th that he is willing to have unending war in the Ukraine that has nothing to do with the United States, that you are going to pay for, that our troops will go to fight for. And he's willing to do it forever. Mind you, as I asked him in my tweets to him, but who gave him the authorization? When did he have a poll, a survey? When did he has yet to show us the outpouring of New York State residents, citizens who have said, we want to have a never-ending war with Russia in the Ukraine. That we are willing to spend inflation and recession and all of our money to keep fighting a war in the Ukraine. When did he ever get that authorization? This is Chuck Schumer as a noble, as a neo-noble, as if we were in the Middle Ages, telling you, the poor serfs, the poverty people, the little people, he's telling you he has made a decision to have unending war, and you are to accept it. He's not asking for permission. He's not suggesting this. He is decreeing you are going to accept that, and you better not question it. You better not doubt him. You have to accept it. Now, let me be clear. You may want to fight Russia in the Ukraine. That's fine. You may think Russia is better than Ukraine is better than Russia. Fantastic. Whatever your position is, I don't care. Because the point is, Chuck Schumer doesn't care. The Democratic Party doesn't care. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris don't care. Because they're not asking for your permission. They are doing it and telling you you have to accept that. That as they keep escalating, because remember, at first we were just giving them money. Then we gave them weapons, small weapons, handguns, bullets. And then we started giving them more. Then we gave them missiles and rocket launchers. Then they asked for more heavy weapons. We gave them machine guns. Now we're giving them tanks. We're about to give them F-16s. Where does it end? According to Joe Biden, it never ends. They will do this forever with your money, your sons and daughters, whatever it takes. And I'm only asking a very simple question. Well, actually, two simple questions. Who gave you the right to make that decision, Chuck Schumer? And why should we do it? What do we get? Those aren't crazy questions to ask for a war that has nothing to do with the United States. We're not involved in this at all. It's really important. And you should be wondering to yourself, but Mike, why is no one else asking that question? It's very important. But I want to talk about China for a moment, because China is involved in this as well. And I don't think anyone's catching that. By the way, I should get back to some of the comments here, because I don't want to go too far without responding. Now, I know Dow says that the IDF alert in the Red Sea and possible clashes with the Iranian Navy are ongoing right now. Our conflict with Iran, which is attacking shipping, tankers, and cargo ships in the sea, is actually going against Israel, and that's escalating things as well. That's correct, Dow. Users have been banned. Hello, you're with us as well. Hello, user. Says, yeah, because kids won't be doing the fighting nor paying for it. In terms of what Chuck Schumer said, he's making it seem like, well, this war isn't going to cost you anything. In his tweet, he doesn't mention how much it's going to cost America or the American people. Again, I will show it to you. Now and for as long as it takes, the U.S. stands shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine. Now and for as long as it takes, we are paying $113 billion in military, economic, and humanitarian aid because they're fighting a war. And we've picked a side. And you didn't get to be, you were never asked, you, the American people, have never been asked why we should be in this war. You have never been asked, do you authorize the United States government to fight this war, or how we are going to fight this war? You have been told that we're going to get into the war, that it's going to destroy our economy, and that's okay. You're told that we're going to take our weapons and we're going to give it to a third party, the Ukraine, to let them use it however they want, even when we are finding those weapons are being resold and used in Africa by the various warlords in Africa for civil wars in Africa. So, and our money is going God knows where. We don't even know where the money is going. And we're going to keep doing this for as long as it takes. And you are not supposed to ask a question. Does that seem right? Does that seem fair? Now, let me go further into the comments. User has been banned, mentions he just saw a tweet about Katie Hobbs and money laundering for cartels through fake deeds and titles. I did see there was something about Katie Hobbs recently. I didn't see that, so I'm not sure. But I'm telling you, this is crazy. Crazy, folks. Especially when you're told you shouldn't question it. It's the 1-year anniversary. Aren't you celebrating? Don't you have a Ukrainian flag? Doesn't matter if you're American. You have to have a Ukrainian flag. You have to support this. Don't you dare say anything else. Not because I want Russia to win. I want to know why we're involved. And no one will tell you why it's important for you and your dollars and the money in your pocket and the inflation that you're living through, all the problems we're suffering, the food crisis around the globe, people that are starving today because of this war. Why are we involved? Simple question. If it's so justified, why aren't we able to ask this question? Why won't our leaders give us an answer? But China has decided that they want to be involved in this. And I find it quite interesting that China has come out and they have decided that China has a plan. China is calling for a ceasefire. China, on Friday, came out and said they want to make sure that there will be a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, that they want to usher in peace talks. Not the United States, not France, not Germany, not even Brazil. No, China has said this. That's kind of interesting to me. Think about it. China, a nation that backs Russia, that is helping Russia, that has always been helping Russia and has never denounced Russia's attack against Ukraine. And China's the peacemaker. They're the ones who are coming out and saying, oh, we're going to suggest peace. And the Ukraine is saying, yeah, they're all happy for it. Zelensky said he's happy to do that. And I want you to think about this. This is from CNN. This is CNN reporting on the peace talks offered by China. And what do they say? That the entire conversation about the peace talks is an attack against America. What they say is the paper was swift, the peace talks, the negotiations suggested, criticized American officials and the U.S. National Security Advisor, Jack Sullivan. And he said that, well, the answer is the war would be over if Russia just would stop, if Russia would just give up. Russia's not going to do that. That is a dumb statement by Jake Sullivan. It is a non-reality. It doesn't bring anyone closer to peace. And this is why China is attacking the United States and NATO, saying that we are warmongers, that we increased and escalated this problem. This is interesting. In Beijing, the ambassador of the European Union to China, Jorge Toledo, told reporters at a briefing that China's position paper was not a peace proposal, adding that the EU is studying the paper closely, except they're the only ones saying, end the war, have a ceasefire. Why isn't Joe Biden saying that? Why didn't, just this week, why didn't Antony Blinken, why didn't Kamala Harris, why didn't they go over, and Joe Biden, when he showed up on President's Day, why didn't they say, let's have a ceasefire, let's have peace talks? No, they said, we need to have more war. Chuck Schumer said, we need more war. He didn't say we need to have a peace talk. He didn't say we need to ceasefire and try and calm down the tensions to try and bring peace to Europe. None of them has said that. They said, no, we need more war. We need more war. We need an unending war. China, who hates America, is saying we need to have peace talks. We need to have a ceasefire. We need to cool things down, to let things de-escalate. That's kind of crazy when you think about it, isn't it? Because I know no one in the news media is phrasing it that way. They're saying that America is standing up for Ukraine and, we're the good guys and we're doing the right thing. And yet no one's saying, but why didn't America offer peace? Why didn't we suggest a ceasefire? Why is China offering a ceasefire? Doesn't that make you wonder? Why is it every single politician that we have in America, all the Democrats, all the progressives, are saying we need more and more war. We need more. We need a bigger war. We have to escalate the war. That's what we're hearing after 1 year, something that you were promised it would never happen. Joe Biden told you that this would be a short war, be over in a month, maybe 3 months. That was it. It was going to end quick because the sanctions would crush Russia, that they would be destroyed. So this war couldn't go on longer than 3 months. And here it is 1 year later. This channel was correct. Joe Biden lied to your face. Russia's doing better economically than before Joe Biden started doing his sanctions. America is more entrenched in an active war than before Joe Biden got involved. In the same way that we were involved in Vietnam, the same way that we were involved in Afghanistan, and the way we are involved currently in Iraq, we're doing the same thing. And you're being told, this is great, cheer it on, don't think, don't ask a question. Again, I'm no fan of China. I'm no fan of Russia. I've seen communism. I've seen the KGB. I've talked with the KGB in person when I lived in Moscow. I am no fan. I do not support them. But yet, look at who's asking for more war and who's asking for more peace. It should make you pause, and you have to ask the question, why is everyone suppressed who asked the questions I'm asking right now? Why should we be doing this? I'm going to go back to the comments here because I know there's a few of them here. User has been banned says, China also saying to Ukraine, no, U.S. is our U.S. is our pay pig. Okay. User has been banned says, if the United States goes broke, it would make their economy worse. For now, anyway. Well, maybe. Dow says, because American leadership wants to be there and not be truthful about the reason Russia is in Ukraine. There are many reasons. I know we've all heard Russia has no reason to be in Ukraine. That is a lie. That is a absolute empirical lie. They have reasons. Are they good enough? That's up to you to decide. But to say there are no reasons other than Russia is evil is a lie. That is such an oversimplification because it is meant to stop you. It is an emotional brick wall, so you can't ask another question. Russia's evil, that's it, done. Stop thinking, don't look at any information, don't educate yourself. Just stop at the emotional brick wall of Russia is evil, done. And if you do that, you are complicit in the escalation of war that we are seeing before our eyes. So China is attacking the United States on the 1-year anniversary as China is offering peace, and the United States, that's Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Antony Blinken, Chuck Schumer, are asking for more war. It's amazing that at I'm about to be 55, I have lived long enough to see that the war hawks were originally Republicans and today they're Democrats. I've lived long enough to see the very same Democrats that in my lifetime used to be the doves, the ones always saying that we need to have more peace in the world, that they want to offer peace, that they don't want to go to war, are now the ones who are asking for war more than anyone else. Chuck Schumer in particular is one of those people who flip-flopped, who going back 30 years, 40 years ago, he was saying, we need more peace. America can't be in all these wars. We can't keep fighting. And today, Chuck Schumer's the one saying we can have unending war. Think about it, folks. You don't have to believe me. Look it up. Look at the news from 30 years ago, 40 years ago. I know, before many people who watch this channel were born, or when you were just born. But if you look at the news then, all these Democrats, Joe Biden included, they were fighting for peace. They were screaming about, we need more peace. We need less U.S. intervention around the world. And today they're saying we need to have wars that will never end. But I got to tell you, China, there's other reasons why you should be paying attention to China. It's not just because they're trying to offer peace at the time the Democrats are asking for more war. And some Republicans too. Let's not leave them out. Mike McCall out of, I believe it's Representative Mike McCall out of Texas, who's asking for, or he's trying to get F-16s sent over to the Ukraine. I disagree with him. He's a Republican. I think he's wrong. I think that's going to escalate the problem. He's going to endanger more American troops. Because if we send over F-16s, Ukraine doesn't know how to fly an F-16. They don't have people who know how to repair an F-16. They don't have pilots who can shoot things down. They don't have an air force. especially not an Air Force that could run an F-16. If we give them F-16s, we give them American troops to go with those F-16s. I disagree with Mike McCall. We don't need to put F-16s there. You may think I am wrong. I am perfectly happy to hear your comments. Tell me why I am wrong. If you don't think that giving Ukraine F-16s will not endanger American troops directly, please tell me how. Because the Ukrainians, they don't know how to fly an F-16. They can't repair an F-16. Only American troops can do that. Tell me how this doesn't endanger more American troops. But I was going, and I said, I want to also mention something else that's very important about what's happening with China right now. And this may be why China is saying, oh, there should be peace. A heavily weighted on Russia's side. They want a Russian-centric peace. They want a Russian-centric ceasefire. They want the appeasement that Joe Biden suggested in December of 2021. In fact, December 10th of 2021. You can go back, look at our video on that day, and you will see we were talking about the appeasement that Joe Biden was suggesting. That's what China is suggesting today, that Ukraine just give up the land. But why is China saying all that? Because it will distract you from the fact that China, as we now hear, this is coming from the United States Energy Department, is saying that the pandemic was not natural, that it was man-made, and that it did come out of a certain lab, out of a certain communist nation. You don't have to believe me. This is a Wall Street Journal news exclusive. It came out February 26th, today, at 11:57 a.m., just before noon. And I don't think a lot of people know about this. I don't think anyone's even seeing this news because we're not talking about the pandemic anymore. Notice the news stopped talking about it. The news stopped talking about how it got started. Where did it come from? How did it affect so many people? Gain of function is almost unheard of at this moment, even though there's a bird flu that's now going to be the next thing that they're talking to you about, something we've been talking about for a year. The bird flu is also gain of function. We don't know where that came from, but we do know that it's now infecting humans. But think about this. You were told for 2.5 years in a row that this had to be natural, it could never have been man-made, that it couldn't have come from China, that this pandemic, if you said any of those things, YouTube would have shut down the channel, the live stream. They would have banned it. They would have deleted you. You would have been removed from every single social media source for daring to ask the question, what if it's not natural? What if it was made in a lab? What does that mean to the world? What does that mean about the stability and safety of people around the world? What does that say about bioweapons research? You can't have that conversation in 2020, 2021, 2022. And here it is, 2023, and the Energy Department is saying, hey, you know what? Yeah, it's not natural. It's man-made. According to the Wall Street Journal. Think about that, folks. It took them 3 years to tell you that, oh, the people who said, can I ask the question, what if it's man-made? They got demonized. They got punished. They were punishing you for asking a question of your government. And now they're saying, oh, well, you know what? That was a good question because it was true. It was real. Again, that's not me saying it. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. But I can read. You can read. We don't have to be scientists because we can read what the scientists are saying to us. We can read what the doctors are telling us. We can read what our government is finally admitting. We weren't wrong. And that means we should, now we say, we see this, and now we have to say, well, what about the it is the H5N8 bird flu. It is literally called the H5N8 bird flu. How do I know that? Because over a year ago, we told you that that was the bird flu responsible for killing 30 million birds around the world and also affecting human beings. We've been saying it for a year because the evidence came out of the WHO over a year ago. And now we're in the same position that we were in 2020. Was this man-made, and what does that mean for the world? Who did it, and did they do it on purpose? Is this an attack, or is this an accident? I'm not telling you that it is any of these things. But as Americans, as people part of democracies around the world, we should be able to ask those questions. And we should seriously ask those questions of countries that we don't trust, that hate America, that hate democracy. China has already done this once to us. Did they do it again with the bird flu? We should ask that question. Are they offering peace to the Ukraine to cover up that the news is coming out on the same weekend that the news is coming out that, oh yeah, the United States government is going to admit that millions of Americans got it right when they said this wasn't natural, that this was man-made, that Dr. Fauci lied to the Senate, he lied to Rand Paul, he lied on national TV when he told you, nope, that's not real, that's not true, just believe the science. Well, guess what? The science is saying it was man-made, and the government is saying it was man-made. I'm not saying it. The Energy Department said it. Wall Street Journal has said it. The WHO, the CDC have said this. But we're the bad guys for telling you to ask a question, which the First Amendment guarantees that we can do. Do you see the problem? I mean, if you don't, or if you think I'm wrong, tell me. Leave a comment. Dow's making his comments. User has been banned has made comments. I'm sure Hot Chicks would love to make some comments about it if she doesn't get banned first. I know you Hot Chicks. But make your comments. If you think I'm wrong, if you think China could do no wrong, that they are angels, please explain to me how. If you believe the science, tell me why the science that says the same thing today, that said the same thing it said in 2020 is what it's saying today, that this was man-made. Tell me, why should we treat people differently? Why should we treat people differently? What are we going to do to all those people that lost their jobs, that lost their social media accounts, that were yelled at, screamed at, that were attacked by people saying, you are unpatriotic, you're un-American, I don't want to do business with you, I don't want to do banking with you, I have to punish you, I won't date you. This is how big it was in our society. People said they couldn't date someone because they asked the question, is it man-made? Think about that. Hey, John Cordisco has joined us. I know Dow mentions that this is the danger of adherence to authority bias. That just because some news station said, oh, this is what you're supposed to think, that you can't ask any questions. Just because a couple of people in the government, like Dr. Fauci, said, don't think, this is what you're supposed to know. You're not supposed to ask any questions. Because, well, it's Dr. Fauci. What, he's never been wrong before? Ask AIDS victims. He's been wrong lots of times. Oh, he's never done anything wrong? Really? Did you see the Beagle research that he funded? The gain of research that he funded? These are facts. It's not even a question, it's a fact. So I have to ask the question, did China make the offer of a ceasefire because they wanted to cover up the news that the United States government is going to admit that the pandemic was man-made, that the Energy Department and the Wall Street Journal was going to show the world and confirm it was man-made? Or to quote them exactly, most likely origin of the pandemic was a lab leak, which means it's man-made. So, maybe, am I missing something? Again, I'm perfectly happy to hear from anyone who thinks I am wrong. I'm happy to hear from anyone who has a source that verifies, absolutely shuts it down and says, nope, same thing they said in 2020 is the truth today, because every source you can point to that told you in 2020 you were evil to ask a question is the very same source today that is confirming what you said in 2020 and in 2021 and in 2022. And they're not going to give you back your jobs. They're not going to give you back your pay. They're not going to apologize to your local community where you were ostracized, where you were demonized. They're not going to make amends to you. They're just going on about their day. And that's why I'm upset about it. Because people lost their jobs. People were demonized for daring to say, are you sure? Are you absolutely sure about that? So that was very upsetting to me. So that's upsetting to me, folks. And I just find it ironic that at the time that we're seeing all this information coming out is at exactly the same time that we're seeing all this news to distract us from it. So not only did China come out and say, offer peace, while Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are saying war, never-ending war, then we also have this news. China isn't going to invade Taiwan because the CIA says so. The Air Force told us that they're going to invade by 2027. Matter of fact, let me make sure you see this. This is from the Associated Press. This came out, again, 2 hours ago. That came out today, February 26th. U.S. intelligence shows that China's President Xi Jinping has instructed his country's military to be ready by 2027 to invade Taiwan, though he may be currently harboring doubts about the ability to do so, given Russia's experience with its war in the Ukraine. Hang on. China is intimately aware about long-term war, Korean War, the Vietnam War. They watched us as we went into Afghanistan after the Russians had gone into Afghanistan and then America went into Afghanistan. They're not unfamiliar with long extended wars. That's not new to them. By the way, Taiwan is a tiny island. This is not the same thing as Afghanistan. This is not the same thing as Vietnam or Korea or any other fight in the world. Okay? This is maybe close to the Falklands. The Falklands in South America when the British went there and fought that. Maybe it's a little bit like that. But notice, they're now trying to tell you that when the president, the communist president of China, is telling his troops, and he is telling the world that he is going to invade Taiwan, something he has been saying for 2.5 years in a row, literally started saying that right after Joe Biden got in office. He's been saying he's going to go into Taiwan with force, especially in the last year. And today, On the same day that we find out that the pandemic was man-made, according to the United States government, we're being told, no, they're not going to actually go to war. What? But he told the world that he's going to go to war. He's had meetings with Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, with Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State. We have had top-level discussions about this for a couple of years now. He has repeatedly said this a couple of years now. Remember when he was calling last year, he called America, Joe Biden, a paper tiger, that they weren't going to do anything and he was going to use force to go into Taiwan. Taiwan was begging the United States to be able to live up to its treaty, to give some weapons to Taiwan so they could defend themselves. That's why Nancy Pelosi went over there, because we thought the threat was real. 3 weeks ago, an Air Force general came out and told the American people that there will be a war by 2025 with China. That was the Air Force, an Air Force general who said that. And now, today, when we have every reason to have even less trust and faith in China, we have the CIA coming out and saying, yeah, they're lying. They're bluffing. Let me ask you, why would China bluff? What reason do they have to bluff? They're building up a navy. That is a fact. It's not a question. It's not a guess. That is a fact. It has been confirmed for 4 years now that China is building the world's largest navy. Not a question. Japan is so terrified that they are going to build an army as fast as humanly possible within the next 5 years. South Korea is so terrified that they're willing to build nuclear weapons unless America sends a nuke over there immediately to protect them. But now, as our allies are building up, the Philippines is begging the United States to put new bases in to protect them from China. They kicked America out during the Clinton era. The Philippines kicked America out of the Philippines. And now they're begging us to go back. But China is not serious. Let me ask you, let's think about this for a second, folks. Southeast Asia says China is serious. Pretty much every nation in Southeast Asia is telling you explicitly, point blank, they are saying China is serious, and they are taking China seriously. And for some reason, the Associated Press and the CIA want you to believe, and the CBS want you to believe that, nope, he's joking. It's not real. Don't worry about it. Am I the only one who says, this is crazy? Am I the only one who goes, how can you say that? It makes no sense to say that they were just joking. They're lying. One big bluff. Are you kidding? Because no one in the world thinks this is bluffing. Again, if you think I am wrong, tell me why. Let me go back to the comments. Let me see if anyone is telling me I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe people think I'm wrong. From anywhere in the world. Let's see what they have to say. Let's see. Dow says, but they are the same people who will insist that the persecuted must grant them amnesty for bad behavior. Talking about, again, China and the way they're being perceived. Dow goes on to say, the fight for Taiwan will be the closest to the fight for Iwo Jima, Guam, and Midway. That it will be very similar to the United States in the 1945 in the Southeast Pacific. World War II, essentially. John Cordisco mentions, Americans, nothing to see here, not to worry. That's what the media is telling us. It's telling the United States and trying to convince the rest of the world, nothing to be worried about. Don't even think about it. Ignore all the evidence for years, including man-made bioweapons. Ignore all of that. Forget about it. everything's okay. China, all of a sudden, they're running around trying to hug people with their big communist bear hugs. They're running around saying, we're going to help you. We're going to bring in peace to the world because they're such good people. And they're going to not go to war, even though they told everyone that they would. And they've been massing up the weapons. Nah, they're peace-loving, nice, kind angels. And not one of the mainstream major media will point out this doesn't make any sense. That this is exactly opposite what we have been told for years. Under multiple presidents, under the CIA with multiple different directors in charge of the CIA, under reports from around the world, and all the evidence for years, for months, for weeks that we have seen. That we have been looking, I understand, most Americans are looking for CNN or MSNBC, even if you're looking at Fox News, and none of those stations are telling you anything about China, anything that's happening in Southeast Asia. They're not trying to change they don't want you to know. But the second you pick up the Guardian, the BBC, the Hindustan Times, the Japan Times, you look at North Korean news, you look at news around the world, and they're going to tell you a very different story, which we have been bringing to you over and over again. Folks, this isn't getting better. This is getting worse. And I am left with the thought that it is getting, why is it that it started escalating the day Joe Biden got in office? Not when Trump was in office, the day that literally we can go back in time, look at the news articles, we've done it. Look at the videos we have done about the international situation, and you can go back to the day that Joe Biden took the White House, took the executive branch, and we saw tensions instantly that day increase globally. That the steps going towards war started creeping up from that day exactly. And now we're being told, nah, don't worry, just ignore it, it doesn't matter. They're peace-loving people. They wouldn't go to war. They're trying to save people's lives in the Ukraine. They're trying to help Russia to create peace in the Ukraine. They want to help their allies, Russia, in the fight against the Ukraine. Aren't they such good people? Become a socialist. That's what the news media wants you to believe. If there is a socialist out there, the Democratic Socialists of America, especially the Ithaca chapter that believes in violence, hey, if you want to tell me why I'm wrong, I'm happy to hear it. Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, otherwise known as PLOT, you want to tell me why I'm wrong? I'm happy to hear it. Indivisible New York, Citizen Action, BLM, all Antifa. Hey, guys, I'm here. Tell me why I'm wrong. Because I'm not hearing anyone explain why I'm wrong, why what I'm talking about doesn't make sense. What I hear them saying is, don't listen to the news that's in front of your face. Don't think about it. Just obey. That is the most anti-American way of dealing with anything. That's not American politics. That's not American freedom. That's not freedom of speech. And if Americans are not free to ask a question, even if that question is wrong, even if you are wrong, if I'm not allowed to ask that question, what are people in Australia, in New Zealand, in Canada, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, all of Africa, everywhere else in the world has less freedom and less free speech than the United States? And if we're not free, do you think someone else is going to pick up the slack? The answer is no. Not even in the United Kingdom, our closest ally. If America drops the ball, no one picks up the ball. So we need to talk about these things. We need to talk about it. Because there is no one else that's going to do it. Oh, wait a minute. I missed the fact that there are comments coming in. I didn't scroll down. Hang on, folks. Dow says, I trust the CIA's information as much as I can trust that trust they didn't have any influence or hand in the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Interesting question. John Cordisco says, if the Taiwanese fight house to house, it will be a disaster for both sides. If China invades Taiwan and doesn't win quickly, their country will collapse. I don't agree with that, John. That's like saying that when the United States went into Afghanistan, if we didn't win it quickly, then America would collapse. We didn't. Same thing for China with Taiwan. Do I think Taiwan will fall faster than, say, the Ukraine, than, say, Afghanistan or Iraq? Yeah, absolutely. But it's not going to be a quick war. I don't care how the headlines want to point this out. The headlines will say there's peace. Remember under George Bush II, G.W. Bush, we were told that the war in Afghanistan, the war in Iraq, that they were over. And then we spent another decade fighting those wars after we were told the war is over. And then we kept fighting. It's the same situation here with Taiwan. We can say the war is over at any point you want to. You could say tomorrow that the war is over in Ukraine. They're going to keep fighting for another decade. So to say the war is over isn't an answer. But let me catch up with the comments. I apologize. I want to catch up to all of them, or as best I can. Dow says, remember what I said about the collaborators last show. If we follow the evidence, what we can surmise is that leadership will burn out the public and the country on Ukraine, and support for Taiwan will wane. Well, that's maybe. John Cordisco says, an expert on Fox said that China is retooling manufacturing from commercial manufacturing to military manufacturing. John, Fox News is behind on this news. They started doing that about 5 years ago, and we knew it. They started that 5 years ago. It's not new news. They may be talking about it more now on mainstream news media, but that's old news. Dow says, unless we support immediate electoral reforms and stand up as a people and tell our corporations and government leaders no. John mentions this isn't about fairness, this is about winning. Except I don't think this is about winning. We're not hearing from these leaders, and maybe people think I'm wrong. We're not hearing from our leaders, at least in the United States, in NATO. We're not hearing from our allies or our leaders saying they want to win. They don't have a plan to win. So I respect your opinion, John, that this should be about winning, except it's not. It's not fair. And it's not a successful strategy. And I can prove that to you. Anyone who's listening to this, if you think that what we are doing is about winning, great. What's our victory condition? What do we have to do to win? How do we know that we have won? Name one element, one thing that Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Anthony Blinken, Chuck Schumer, name something that says that we have won in Afghanistan, that we have won in Ukraine, that says we have won in Iran, that says we have won in Taiwan. What are the scenarios that say we win? And I can tell you, doing this year after year after year, they haven't said anything. They're not telling us how we win. They're just telling us keep fighting. They keep telling us how to fight. They're not telling us, and this is when we win. They don't know. John says that comparing Afghanistan and Taiwan, they're oranges and apples. Taiwan is a first world country with money and modern weapons. Not really. Taiwan's more a city than it is a country. And yes, they have more technology than Afghanistan, but a war would be exactly the same. Oh, John goes on to clarify the winning isn't about leaders telling us how we will win, or that they have a plan to win, or that they're even trying to win. John Cordisco continues, updates and says, no, it's the progressives that are winning because we're lost and there is no answer. Okay, I see that. Again, folks, I am looking at the comments and I am trying to keep up with them, but I get involved. And I want you involved. I want to hear what you think. If you're in the United Kingdom, if you're in France or Germany, if you're in Spain or India, Pakistan, if you're in South Korea or Japan, Canada, tell me, what are you thinking about this? Because no one's asking you guys what you think. Well, that's not true. Japan is telling us what they think. They're building a military. South Korea has told us what they think. They're building a military. Philippines has told us what they're doing. They're trying to get our military. Yeah, so we know what some people are saying. What's happening in the Middle East? Well, Iran is telling us that they're building up a military. They're sending weapons around the Middle East. They're sending in troops. They're supporting factions in the Civil War against the United States. They're telling us they're getting ready for a war. Seems like everybody's getting ready for a war except the United States, but we're told that we're going to be fighting a war. We're not doing anything to get ready for it or to prepare or to build up or to maintain. We're just fighting. Tell me how that's not dangerous. Especially when this channel gets punished for asking these questions, for showing you the evidence and saying, does that make sense to you? Does it sound like they're doing something to benefit you or to punish you? To tell you to obey, not to explain it, not to work through it, not to help you with it, but just to tell you, obey. Again, maybe you think I'm wrong. Perfectly fine. And by the way, yet another thing to keep in mind. Even the United Kingdom has recognized China is no angel. In case you thought, well, Mike, you just don't understand. Yeah, there's this other news, but China's trying to create peace. Not according to the the United Kingdom. 2 hours ago, China has not ruled out giving Putin military aid. Yeah, these angels of mercy, these guys who are saying that there has to be peace, that there has to be a ceasefire, are still trying to give weapons to Russia. They're not angels. They're not doing this because they're just kind, good people. They're fighting a war. They're doing the same thing the United States is doing. They're supplying weapons to Russia. And in fact, we've been threatening them to not send more weapons to Russia. Not that they even have to stop, just don't give them extra, the bigger guns. That's what we've been saying. Even the independent out of the United Kingdom is telling you China isn't a bunch of angels. They're not seeking peace. They're playing both sides of the fence. This is political, and it's meant to distract you from everything else they are doing. Does that make sense? Let me ask that. Does it make sense what I'm talking about when I speak about China? Given the evidence that I am showing you from around the world, does it make sense? Does it make sense to ask the question? To ask what we are doing to prepare. So, John says, you will see, quote, odd, end quote, alliances. Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, etc. versus China. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I don't think so, John. I think you'll see that Japan will fight their own war. That the Philippines will pray and hope that America will defend them. That South Korea will go off and do their own thing. Vietnam will probably do the same thing that we are seeing in the Philippines, that they're going to pray that America shows up. The enemy, they don't believe in the enemy of they hate each other. Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Philippines, they don't like each other. They have had many, many wars historically against all of them and fighting China. They fight against themselves and they fight against China. There is no unity there. And they don't trust. One of the reasons why Japan is another reason, and it's been documented, why Japan is building up a military is because South Korea wants nukes. And South Korea also says the same thing. Well, the reason why South Korea wants nukes, it's not just because of North Korea and China. It's because Japan is building a military. And they don't trust Japan. And Japan doesn't trust South Korea. And the Philippines doesn't trust any of them. And that's the thing. Well, John says, but they might do their own thing, but they will be fighting the same foe. Kinda, but see, this is, again, people may have heard me say this, 3 regional wars. The fight, if I am correct, Europe is the first of 3 simultaneous regional wars. So we have Ukraine, Russia, which is basically Russia fighting the United States and NATO. It's a proxy war. Everyone knows it. It's absolutely true. The United States is using Ukraine as its vehicle to be able to fight a war against Russia. If China goes into Taiwan, well, that's a fight against America. It's really not about Taiwan. They can go in and take over Taiwan. They're not afraid of Taiwan. They can take it over. It's an island. It's small. It doesn't really have any weapons. They can't defend themselves. They're fighting against the United States. North Korea is basically fighting against the United States. Their nukes are meant to be able to hit the United States. They're not trying to nuke South Korea. They don't care about, they don't want to do that. That'll hit their own people. No, they want to nuke the United States. And they have built ICBMs to do that. And they have so many ICBMs that they can do that. Do you see what I'm saying there? Yeah, they're all fighting the United States. Same thing with Iran, in Syria, Iran throughout the Middle East. They're fighting America and American allies. But even though all of these regions are all fighting America and our allies, notice it's always America first and our allies, but they're not fighting together. They're just fighting all at the same time. So again, it's regional wars simultaneously, back to back, and we can't handle that. The United States cannot fight on 3 fronts at the same time. The old adage in the wars is you can't fight a war on 2 fronts at the same time. We're looking at least 3. We can't do that. We need leadership. We need to stop this. And yes, Sal, there is a actual physical land factor involved in this. There's a big difference between islands versus land masses. There's a lot there. But again, folks, I'm not telling you what to believe. You can turn around and you can tell me you think I'm wrong. You can tell me that you disagree with everything I say. You can tell me you hate what I have to say, but tell me why. Because I'm just asking you to think, and I am asking you to ask your politicians, why am I wrong? I want to be wrong. This channel wants to be wrong. We have been tracking this for years, not a week, not a month, years. We have been looking at the international news on this for years, and it has gotten worse. And as it gets worse, you lose in inflation. It's eating away your money. A recession is taking away your jobs. We are getting closer and closer to war. American troops are more and more in danger around the world, and the United States has less and less respect. It has less and less fear, and it has fewer allies. That directly affects you. So everyone's telling me, Mike, oh, well, it's overseas, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it does. It's not going to really affect me. Yes, it is. It's affecting you right this second. You may not think about it like that, but it's happening. And the only reason why you don't think about it the way I'm mentioning it is the major news media, the headlines you see on Twitter, on Facebook, they're telling you don't think of it that way. Don't think about it. You have to. At least I think we have to, or that we should. And I'm open to hear to all the people who are naysayers. And I know there are Democrats, I know there are elected officials who watch this program on a somewhat regular basis, that they check in. I know there are political factions that watch this program on a somewhat regular basis. And if you guys disagree, tell me why. Don't tell me I'm ugly. Don't tell me I'm old. Don't tell me your feelings. I don't care. Tell me why I am wrong. God help me. Don't tell me your feelings. I don't care what your feelings are. You don't feel like I'm right. I don't care. I have my own feelings. I don't need yours. Again, this is why I hate feelings. When people say, oh, but I don't feel. I don't care what you feel. I have my own feelings. Why are your feelings more important than my feelings? Why should I be adopting your feelings? Why don't you adopt my feeling? Well, I have the wrong feelings according to a small group of elites with a political agenda. I'm sorry. I don't want your feelings because I don't want your political agenda. So don't tell me your feelings. Tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me how you look at the same evidence and get a different conclusion. Tell me that is there evidence that I don't see? And I know that John and others don't agree with my concept of 3 regional wars. And that they believe that wars, 3 regional wars or 1 big war, would be counterproductive to the economy in China and to Russia. I don't agree with that. I think it's actually counterproductive to the United States because for Europe, most of their energy is coming from Russia. And if there's a war, if there's a serious declared war, Europe's not going to be able to have enough energy because the United States is not going to support them because we're not energy independent. So we can't help them. So we're going to see tens of thousands die just because Russia will turn off the energy. In the winter, they'll freeze. In the summer, they'll boil. Hospitals won't have enough energy. Manufacturing, they won't be able to manufacture enough. Then we have in China, the United States, we get 40% of our goods from China. All they have to do is turn off the supply. How bad is it? Let me show you something. Where is it? Okay. I had this up. There's a chart from Market Watch. I'm going to try and update this. See that chart? Demand. Okay, freeze this, or you can look back on this. And again, the link will be on afterwards. One of the key reasons why we have a recession going on, why we have inflation as high as it is, because of the supply chain. Who's controlling the supply chain? China. Oh, so let me correct what I said earlier. I misunderstood. John Gradisco's mentioning, no, he agrees with me that there would be 3 regional wars, and he's saying let them play out. That the United States shouldn't be as involved in each of them, and that we should let the regions figure it out for themselves. I would agree with you, John, except we have treaties. We can't. If Japan wants to have a war with China, we have to be involved. We have a treaty. We have to do it. If North Korea comes after South Korea, we have a treaty. We have to protect them. We have treaties with Taiwan. We have to protect them. Same thing throughout Southeast Asia, including the Philippines. We have to protect them. We are already committed. We can't say no. And people will say to me, Mike, well, why can't we say no? It's their war. Because if we say no to Japan or to Korea or to Iraq, or if we say no to NATO, then none of our allies will ever trust us. All of our allies will walk away from us. It will be more chaos in the world. There will be less peace in the world as every country goes every man for themselves and they just go ballistic. There'll be more wars going on around the world if the United States doesn't live up to our treaties, if we do not support our allies as we have been promising for decades, then the world goes absolutely ballistic. That's the problem with being the police of the world. That's the problem with being the military of the world, the superpower of the world. We made the promise, and if we don't do it, then everyone goes, it's a free-for-all, everyone goes for their own. So we're locked in. So we have to ask these questions. I believe we have to ask these questions of our leaders. Why are they trying to get us into unending proxy wars, if not direct wars? We have to ask this because we have made the commitment to a good portion, a third of the world has an agreement with the United States saying, we're going to protect you. And if we don't, the world goes to hell in a handbasket immediately. That's why it scares me so much. That's why we have to ask so much. Why we have to be sure that there is a plan in place, that these other nations, these rogue nations, China, North Korea, Iran, Russia, that they have to have a fear and respect of the United States and our plans. Hello, and thank you for calling into the program. There's no Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael. Nope. I just lost the caller. Whoever just called in, please try and call again. I was picking up the line and you hung up, so please call back. So that's why I think this is important, folks. I think it's critical. And I think it's also critical because no one is having this conversation with you. I'd be happy to hear Chuck Schumer explain to me why I'm wrong. I'd love to hear it. Oh, here we go. Thank you for calling into No Soundbites Allowed. And
Hey, Mr. Mike.
John, how you doing? This is John Cordisco,
How's it going?
folks.
Well, really go back and forth. I thought maybe I'd make my position clearer by calling in.
I might have missed a couple of them as you were scrolling.
The scenario you're talking about with all these treaties and agreements is the same road that started World War I.
Yes.
It's almost the exact same setup. We have a treaty with this person, who has a treaty with that. They declare war. They have a treaty with this, and it goes on until everybody's involved. I don't think that's going to happen. Now, not committing ground troops and all of our military might to help a country, i.e. Japan, who we have a treaty with, doesn't mean we won't help them. Help is a relative term. We're not going to put 10,000 Marines on Japanese soil to fight Chinese. It's not going to happen.
But we already have 20,000 Marines on Japanese soil.
No, not to do that.
Actually, yes. Have you read the 1960s U.S.-Japan treaty?
I don't care what it says. I'm talking about what the reality of the world is. Just because it says that doesn't mean they're going to do it.
But we have to understand my reason.
That's what they said in Europe in World War I, and look what happened.
I understand, but and I'm not saying it's not the same kind of trap as World War I or Vietnam or Afghanistan. I'm saying it is the same trap, but the trap we created says we must. It's not even a question. It's not a choice. We must defend fully Japan in a war. They get into a shooting war. We must be the forefront for them in that fight.
It won't happen. It won't happen.
And then, and here's the problem. I'm going with your reasoning. Understand it. If we don't, then there is no country that has a treaty with the United States that will believe we will ever support it, that we will live up to every agreement we've ever made with every country in the world is meaningless. Which means every country is on their own, which means every country has to fight.
It's not all or nothing.
How isn't
You
it?
make it sound like if we don't do exactly what the treaty says, then you get nothing. No, it's not going to happen like that.
Yeah, I do think that's
No,
what it works out to.
there's a lot of ways. We helped England in World War II, and we didn't declare war against Germany.
We were fighting. No, we didn't declare war, but we were fighting the war.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah,
You
but
can
we
do
didn't.
things like that, like the Lend-Lease. You can do things similar to that
Yes, but
without getting into a ground war with them.
John, there's a difference between our lend lease agreement and as an example, the 1960s U.S. Japan Treaty. They're two very different things. One's a policy that allows us to be in the background, kind of like what we're doing right now with Ukraine, and the other one is no, we're committing troops. If Japan or South Korea get attacked, we are committing troops. That is a fact. It is documented by law, and
You're
we
not
don't.
going to have American troops shooting at Chinese regulars. It's not going to happen.
I don't want it to.
No, it won't. I can guarantee it won't happen.
Then, then
Not
I,
with the arm, not with the arms and the might of the United States and a lot of the countries in Asia, Japan, South Korea. They're very rich countries with very decent militaries, or
Japan
they can
doesn't
get
have
one really
military.
quickly.
5 years is not quickly. I mean, it is,
What,
but it isn't.
what I mean is, we're going to use our technology in our military, with technology and the things that we do. We're not going to have American regulars firing on Chinese regulars. That will never happen in my lifetime.
I hope and pray you're right. I don't believe that.
Only if they incur on American soil.
I want to believe that. I don't believe it. I don't believe that Chuck Schumer, the
Well,
current Hawks, are going to do that.
now this is my opinion only based on years I've been living and
Sure,
experiences I've seen and history I've read.
sure.
It's in the Americans' best interest if the Chinese overextend. We'll say Vietnam, South Korea, Japan, the whole South China Sea becomes a hot war zone.
Yeah,
And in Eastern Europe, Ukraine, Russia, what would be the other regional war?
Middle East.
The Middle East. Well, that's been going on since before I was born, but those three regions, it's in America's best interest to let them play it out. I know it sounds terrible to say because people are going to die by the hundreds of thousands, if not millions. I get it. But this has been brewing up for a very, very long time, and the pressure's in the pressure cooker, and eventually it's going to pop.
Yes.
So, what does America do? Let them handle their own affairs is very much in America's best interest. You say, well, America will lose face as the world's leader and the policeman. Well, tough crap.
I don't
Tough
care.
crap.
No, no.
Let them fight. Let them fight it out, and they'll all burn each other out.
And the problem is because we are a service economy, because we are bending the
No,
knee to the progressive ideologies that have enveloped all of Europe, because we have been moving towards socialism, that puts a danger on us. We're not going to be safe. By not engaging in these wars, China will beat Taiwan. That's not a question, that's a fact. It's just a matter of time.
history has shown every single time a superpower or a very powerful country or regime overextends itself, it always collapses every time without exception.
China is not overextending by
Oh
taking
my
over,
God, they're all over. The billions they're spending in Africa alone?
and they have the resources to back them up. The
Every
billions they're spending is what we're going to be spending.
every single country,
Yeah.
in the end, without exception, I think Milton Friedman, I forget the name of the book, went into detail on how countries, United States, Britain, he went far back as the Mongol Empire, the Roman Empire, every single one of them. They pull resources out of countries that they conquer. That's true.
Yeah.
But in the end, every single one, without exception, has expended 2 to 5 times more resources than they took in the end, without exception, and they all collapsed.
Yes, that has been historically true if they overextend.
They,
But we're not talking about overextension here. China has the people, it has the resources, it has the capability and the infrastructure to take more of Southeast Asia. Iran can and has, and historically has, been able to take more land than what more countries than it has right now. Europe has constantly shifted its lines of who controls what.
I think you give China more credit than they deserve. I think their economy's on the edge of teetering.
I think no, that's one of the reasons why they want the war. Because I do agree with you that their
Now,
economy
that's the
isn't
worst thing you
stable.
can do to your economy. If you build up your economy by overextending in the other countries and spending billions, if not trillions, on a war machine, that just escalates the collapse.
And their war machine is being funded by the United States. The fight economically, yeah, they go into a recession. America will go into a depression. They make our stuff.
But here's the thing: do we need them more than they need us economically?
About the same at this point. It's about the same at this point.
I'm not so sure. I think they
Now,
need us a lot more than we
no,
need
no.
them. Now
I,
there'll be several years in a row if we decide just to cut them off, which we won't. But if we did, there'll be several years. There would be shortages and there would be hardship, and it'd be really difficult. We
yeah,
would come out on the other side better than when we started, which is
I'm
the whole goal.
well. I'm not disputing, and it's a fact. You're correct, and it is absolutely a fact that the United States can be self-sufficient. We if we went back to being a manufacturing powerhouse, we could we don't need China at all. That's correct. There is no one who's going to dispute that looks at this. So that I'm not questioning that. But
In
the
the end,
time
though,
frame,
that might be better for all of us.
yeah, but the time frame it would take for the United States to become self-sufficient again on all of manufacturing, energy, everything, you're looking at 5 to 7 years in the best case
How,
scenario.
how fast did the U.S. gear up on the war machine for the Lend-Lease project? Less than a year.
Mm-mm, mm-mm. No, you're talking about minor conflicts. The United States to be able to take on. Remember, we have missed our targets in the Navy. We've missed our targets in the Army. We are underfunding our militaries
No, what I'm trying to
relatively.
say is that it took us less than a year to gear up for war, which we weren't even in World War II. We can turn around on a dime.
We're
We're
not
one
in
of the
the
few
same
countries
position.
that can do that.
We're not in the same position that we were in prior to.
Yeah,
We're not
granted, there's
in.
a lot less manufacturing.
No, no. We are nowhere near the same equivalent of 1930s America
No,
versus
no, I'm not talking about
2023.
infrastructure. I think you misunderstand me. I'm not talking about infrastructure. All the factories are out there. We just need to retool them. That's not what I
Mm,
mean. I'm talking about the American mindset.
I think
We have everything here. We could wall off this entire country for the next 100 years, and we would be fine in the end. Not every there isn't any major power in the world that can say that.
that's true. I do not dispute that.
So
That's
having all those
resources.
natural resources and having our American mindset, and I don't mean just the Constitution, I mean the American people, who I
Yeah.
still believe in deeply, we can get through this. Now there might be a generation that's going to be nicked up a little bit, but in the end we'll be better off. So let these guys duke it out in their regional wars. Let them do their stupidity and their hatred to each other and all the other reasons why they do things. Let them burn themselves out and spend money they don't have. And when the ash is clear, we can figure out what to do from there.
For the baby boomer generation, or with a majority baby boomer um,
Well, I'm a baby
generation
boomer.
I understand. And for if we are talking about an America that is led by and is majority baby boomers, you're right. America can rally and make it through everything without a question. 5 to 7 years, and we can ramp up to be absolutely self sufficient. Except we are coming to the end of the baby boomers within the next 5 to 10 years, depending on the statistics you want to look at.
That's our long-term interest.
And
Let these.
you're looking at generations now where right now in the 20s and 30s there is 32 somewhere depending on which source you want to look at somewhere between 32 and 42% of support to turn America into a socialist nation. We're not unified anymore. We don't have the same mindset of the baby boomers, let alone those of the 1930s or even the
No,
1950s.
they weren't such a collective group as you think would have.
No, I'm not saying they were unified then. The division is greater today than at any point in our past. We are more divided on these issues. Socioeconomic and political ideologies are so much more fractured than at any other
It was
time.
It's always been fractured.
No, not to this degree.
Oh, you kidding me? Go back to early 1800s to say 1850 in the major cities like New York.
We
The
were
difference between the social poor and the rich were incredibly huge. There was a lot of social and economic upheaval.
the 1800s. We were an agricultural nation, and we weren't leading the world.
Even in the 1920s, when things were going well, the
1920s.
gap between the rich and the poor was tremendous, unlike now. So this social stuff you're talking about was a lot worse back then.
There have been times where the disparities have been larger, yes, but not the mindset. The mindset and what people were thinking about under those disparities was very,
No,
very different.
I still think that the average American, now, of course, you and I are involved in local politics, so there's some groups here that don't think that way, but I think the majority of Americans still have the mindset
Cut the
that we can do anything if we put our mind to it. I still believe that in my heart.
I agree with you, and that is a baby boomer generation majority view.
Well,
Cut
history,
those numbers
history,
by
history,
15%.
history has shown me to be right so far.
We've never been in this position with a mindset of our youth being so divergent from where we are in
Well,
our older generations.
I'm a little bit older than you. I remember protesting in junior high school against the war at MacArthur School, so there was a lot of division. You just don't
Not
you see
like
it from a history book.
I remember the 70s. I remember the 80s. I do remember protests. And I
I don't
can
know
tell
about
you, even during
the
those,
early 70s, we were divided pretty good then.
and I do not believe it was at the levels that we see today.
I think
I
our
could be wrong. I
divisions,
could be wrong.
oh,
I want to be wrong.
our divisions are amplified through the mainstream media, and I don't think they're accurate.
I would hope and pray. I would hope and pray that our youth would be more than willing to recommit to America, our core principles, our core values, and to be dedicated to an America First mentality. But that's not what I'm seeing. And I see every day, especially from the Biden Harris administration, they are demonizing the very same America First, America Great mentality
And they
that
do so
you're
at their own
talking
peril.
about.
And
Yes.
They do so at their own peril.
Yes, but that's why I'm saying there's this division, because we are attacking the very thing that you and I agree would allow America to survive. And
But the ideals of America have always been undermined by large swaths of Americans for the last 200 years.
not like this.
Oh gosh, you should have saw the labor rioting and the arrests when the labor unions are coming up. We've had our turmoil. Now, when banks started failing, we've had our turmoil that makes what's going on now look like a joke.
Yes, they have existed, but not in the way they exist today. Not in terms of the media, in terms of the entertainment, in terms of the socialization, in terms of the education. It's never been at this level.
Are we playing backwards day today? Usually you're the one that's optimistic. I'm the one that's pessimistic.
I am optimistic. I am optimistic that my optimism is that by going through this, we weed out a large group of Americans, and by hardship, they learn and they improve. But the problem is getting through that process. America will be damaged, and we will be irreparably changed.
But this time bomb's been ticking since I was a kid, and I was born in '56.
All bombs go off eventually.
And eventually it's going to go off. So instead of the pressure getting more and more and more, let these regional wars work themselves out, relieve the pressure. It's going to cause huge hardship. It's going to cause vast devastation. Hopefully not, but. And then when all the dust is cleared, you say, okay, smart guys, was it worth it? And then we'll start over in those areas and help them. That's just the way it's always been historically. Look at Germany, for Pete's sake.
Yeah.
Germany was was gutted right down to the ground. And where'd it take?
Twice.
Less than 20 years for them to come back?
No, a little bit more, but.
Oh, West Germany came back real quick.
You're talking about in the 80s. That was 88.
Oh, by 1960, they were really tooling. It's East Germany that got screwed over.
Wait a minute, which one was East Germany? Okay, East Germany was the Soviets, and West Germany was.
Yeah, West Germany
okay.
by 1960, 61. That's less than a generation. That's 15 years. They came back almost to where they were
Because they weren't dealing with the socialist
Oh, they
infrastructure
had
and
their
economy.
socialists. There were socialists all over Eastern Europe. There was the KGB undermining everything. All the
That's what
same
I'm talking
things are
about.
in place.
Eastern Europe was under the socialist ideology, which is very stagnant and had very slow growth. Its infrastructure is like molasses. On the
Oh
Western
no,
side,
right
you have,
after World War II, West Germany's infrastructure and economy went straight up.
and that's because you had the investments coming from the Allies into Western. And
Yeah,
we
and
were
that's what will
fighting,
happen. And that's what will happen after the regional wars. When the dust is cleared and all the rubble is removed, you'll have investors come in from all over the world, especially the U.S. and the EU, and build it back up. And that's the way it's always been.
you're looking at you're looking at the world changing in ways we
See, the
cannot
problem with
define.
people, they only think of things in the next 5 or 6 years, 10 years.
No,
They
I'm
only
saying,
think of things that happen in their lifetime, like the old expression, you plant trees that shade you'll never sit under.
well, that's why I'm speaking now. That's why I speak about what I'm afraid of right now. I want to be
No,
wrong.
I don't like war either, and I don't like children dying, and I don't like disease, and I don't like hardship, and I don't like all the stuff that's associated with war and the horrors of it all. But unfortunately, we're human beings, and this time bomb's been ticking. Let it, let the pressure off before it gets worse. Let the pressure off and let these guys duke it out. If I was the president, that's exactly what I would do.
But
We
see,
would help
that's
where we could. We would help where we could,
uh,
but
but I think that
you can't do it.
but see, I think the answer to let off the pressure on the world, the thing that stabilizes the world, is Americans standing up, asking questions, asking for accountability, asking for leadership that has a plan. We are winging it.
Wait,
The
wait,
Biden
you,
Harris
I mean,
administration is winging it.
you've been critical a million times of America being the world police. Now you want them to be the world police. You can't take both
No,
sides
I
of the
don't
same
want
issue.
them. I don't want them to be the world police. I want us to have a plan. I want us to have.
No, our plan is to watch the people, watch them destroy each other, and when the rebels settle, we'll move in and try to help them. That's the plan.
We don't have a plan right now. We are winging it.
Sometimes Mike, doing nothing is a plan.
No, no, this isn't a plan. They are winging it. We have seen how they have gone through just looking at Afghanistan, looking at what's happened in the Middle East as a consequence of that, which led to what's happening into Russia, what's leading into what's happening in China. We didn't have a plan. We were winging it. They were piecing this together piecemeal, trying to have photo ops.
You've been critical of government plans for the last 3 decades. All of a sudden now you want a plan. You can't be on both sides of the issue again.
Yes, I can, because I always want a better plan. I want a more informed plan. I want leadership. And that's what I've always said. The reason
you and I have
I don't
spent,
want more government. I want
you and
effective
well, no, a
government.
plan is more government. That's
No,
the problem.
no, it isn't. Those
makes the
aren't
plans?
simultaneous. Wait a minute.
Who makes the plan?
Wait a minute. No, because more government does making a plan doesn't mean more government.
Okay,
It
who
can-
makes the plans?
Hang on, hear me out. There is a big difference between having a plan and more government, or having a plan and having efficient government, having effective government, which is what I always say. I want effective government.
Yeah, and I want to be
efficient.
6 foot and have blonde hair. There's some things you can't have.
But you can have that. We have had that, and we can have that. It requires
When
leadership
did we
and
ever
a plan.
have that? When?
Oh, we've had it. Well, God, to varying degrees. You can go back to, well, Reagan, Nixon, JFK. You can go back.
Reagan's mantra, number one mantra, was get the hell out of the way.
Get government out of the way.
That was his plan.
Yeah, because
And I'm saying
government
this is the same plan for these regional wars. Get the hell out of the way
No,
and let it go where it goes.
the government has swollen and become highly ineffective to a degree at that point that we had not seen before under the Reagan administration. He wanted to cut the size of the government because it was bloated and ineffective. And he did that. And then we have swollen it after he's done from basically from Clinton on.
When it comes to regional wars, I think you're confusing policy with plan.
Policy is a function of a plan. I have
The
a
policy
plan.
should.
And there's
You
a
and I have
policy of it.
when you and I were younger, we've been in a lot of bars, seen a lot of bar fights, right? When
Sure.
we were younger.
Yeah.
And what happens when two guys start duking it out in a bar? What's the first thing everybody says? Don't break it up. Let them burn themselves out and duke it out for a while. Then you break it up when it's all over.
No,
I see that as
not
no
always.
different than
No,
human nature.
no, that isn't always what happens in the bar fight. And
Let them duke it out. Let them
no,
burn themselves out.
that isn't
Defuse
always
the
the right
bomb.
answer. No, that's not always the right answer because very often that means that the bar fight expands and more people get involved in the fight, or the fight is more severe.
Very seldom. That's very
No, it's
rare, and
not
I've been
that
a lot of
seldom.
seen a lot of bar fights in my time.
So have I.
I'm trying to talk about human nature.
And I am too. And I have been in many, many bar fights and other types of fights of that nature, and it expands into a larger and larger group. More people get involved.
And then if China invades Taiwan or starts taking over the Sea of China and starts seizing ships and trade ships and everything else in Vietnam, South Korea, Japan, well, maybe not too much the Philippines because they're pretty
Why
powerless. They're going to get involved in it.
why wouldn't China keep going?
And I say good. It's about time that it's just like NATO. We've been pumping billions of dollars. We have troops all over Europe. For what?
They're
NATO was
ineffective.
there to stop these things, and they won't do it. They're paper tigers. I'm tired of being the cop all the time and ends up being the bad guy every time and drains our economy. I'm sick of it.
I understand that, and I'm not happy about that either. At the same time, if we have an effective, efficient policy, if we have plans and a strong leader,
That's a pipe dream.
it's not a pipe dream.
You've
It is
never
something
had
we can
that
do.
ever because there's just too many people involved that are politicians.
We don't need these people to. These are the same people who've been in power for 40 years.
Yeah, and
We
they're the ones that are
don't
going to put
need-
together the plan.
No, we can get new people in. Vote.
Oh,
Vote
yeah, we
them
got
out.
new
Put
people
new
in when
people
Trump
in.
was elected, and look what happened.
Well, a lot of things improved.
Yeah, and the economy, but the deep state and the bureaucracy got stronger and bigger.
Actually, parts of it, no, they were fighting against what he was trying to do, which was weed out people and shrink the government to an extent.
Right.
He
So our
didn't get a
elected
chance.
officials aren't the ones that make the plan. It's the people that are unelected, faceless, nameless that make the plan.
They are influenced by the people who are making the
Oh,
plans.
influence is being kind.
Maybe, but they don't.
That's why I say though, let
The
this
ATF,
so these
as an example, the ATF isn't making new regulations that are unconstitutional, in my opinion, because they just want to. They're doing it because they have the leadership that's allowing them to, that is encouraging them to do it. It is encouraging the elements that have been there for a long time, no question, and saying, this is your moment, go for it. Because we're giving the distractions to the people. We're supporting you on this as much as we can. We are encouraging you to do this and to fill your ranks with even more people who believe that. We're bloating the government with more people who say, oh yeah, the ATF can make these unconstitutional
okay. So
ideas.
let's go back to the original topic, the U.S. interventions in regional wars.
Yeah.
Now I'm 66. What are you, about 10 years behind me?
11, yeah.
Something like that.
Yep.
Okay. In your lifetime, or mine, which is 10 years longer,
Mm-hmm.
when the U.S. has a major intervention militarily, when has it ever worked out in the end better than when they started? Name one.
In our lifetime?
Yeah.
Hasn't really.
Since
Not
World War
on-
II. Since World War, we'll say World War II.
On a long-term basis?
Yeah.
No, it really hasn't. It has.
You got to think real hard, don't you? Because there isn't any.
No, I'm saying there isn't. It really hasn't worked. But then again,
Okay, so what you want to do then? You want to do the exact same thing that hasn't worked since World War II.
But we're not doing the same thing. When was the last
Yeah,
time?
you want us to intervene. You want us to be the cop again.
No, wait. When was the last time we actually took over a territory? When was the last time we actually when we fought a war that we actually took the land, that we actually took over? We don't do that anymore. We stopped that after World War II. We don't actually. If we are doing,
No, we don't take land after we win the war. You're correct.
and that's one of the problems. That's one of the big problems.
Now you want to. Now, if there's a regional war, you want to take over all of Eastern China? Come on.
If we're going to have a war, and even one American boot is going to hit the ground, then yes, I want that land.
How many times?
I want it all.
How many times since World War II has there been a major conflict that the U.S. wasn't involved in? I can't think of any.
We other than the year
major.
It was 1987 was the only year since the start of the Korean War to date, where the
No,
United listen, hang
how,
on, I'm answering your question.
okay.
It was since the Korean War, 1987 was the only year where there wasn't a conflict in the world and a larger scale, not not little tribes or something, but
Well, they just tell me when there wasn't conflict. Doesn't mean that I asked if the Americans were involved in conflict.
yeah, that Americans were
Every time.
and since 1987, that was 1987 was the only year going back
I'll even say
50
World War
years.
II, but
No,
here's my point. You keep doing the same thing over and over and
but
over,
we're
the
not
same
doing
result, you end up
we're-
you're a fool.
we aren't doing the same thing over and over. We
No,
changed. We stopped
no,
doing the thing that we were doing. We had plans. We tried to be efficient with them, and we were taking over countries.
no.
There is a big
You missed one
difference.
plan that you're not talking about. One plan that you're talking about is you say the hell with it. We've been draining our resources from the richest, most powerful military in the world and richest country. You're draining our resources for these regional conflicts. Screw them.
I
They
wish,
screw up, and we have to go in and make it right.
you know what? I wish we could go.
It's like when your kids arguing with their wife or husband. How many times are you going to intervene before you say the hell with it?
We can't go backwards in time in the
It's
way
not
that.
backwards. It's a
Yes.
different tactic.
No, it's going. Okay, even if you want to call it a different tactic, okay, we'll call it a different tactic. And the problem is Iran. The problem is North Korea. It's nukes.
Yeah, there's always been regional problems of
No,
regional
no, no,
powers.
no. They're-
Always.
It's not regional. They have nukes. It isn't regional. They have nukes, and they have enough nukes that they can hit the United States, even with our defensive shield, as according to the DoD
So
2 weeks ago.
don't think for a minute that if the U.S. gets really heavily involved in a Asian conflict, regional conflict with Japan, North Korea, Vietnam, China, you name them, that somehow when China starts to lose, if they start to lose, that they won't launch nukes anyway
No, they won't.
to
They have.
save themselves? You bet your life they will.
They're never. No, they won't because one.
You're
China,
just saying they're going to launch nukes, and now you're saying they're not
No,
going to launch
I didn't
nukes.
say.
What side of the issue are you on?
No, you said China. I said North Korea, and I was talking about Iran.
Don't think for a minute
Two
that North
different
Korea
countries.
wouldn't launch nukes without China's okay.
And, well, yes, they would. China has a large amount of influence, and yes, they are a puppet, but they're
Oh,
also a rogue. They do
believe me,
things that China doesn't want them to do.
Just because the Chinese CCP is evil doesn't mean they're stupid.
I
If
didn't
there
say-
was a really, really ground war with American troops and it really got heavy and tens of thousands of casualties, don't think for a minute the Chinese wouldn't go in and take over the nuclear capabilities of North Korea just to be a police, just to be cops, just to watch them. Don't think for a minute they wouldn't.
I'm sure that they would want to. I'm sure they could do for
Oh,
most
they
of
would.
it, but that doesn't mean that North Korea doesn't have its own rogue actions.
What I'm trying to say is that let's just stand by. They caused the problem, not us.
Doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Once you're in the war, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who started it. No one cares who starts the war. It's who finishes the war and how
Yeah,
the
but
war
it always
finishes.
has to be the U.S., and I'm sick to death of it.
We're the superpower. We are the target. The reason why we're involved in all of it is because we're the target, and we've made
And
bad
why are we a
decisions in the past.
superpower? Why are we a superpower? What's the one thing we had that everybody else didn't have that made us a superpower? Money.
Well, that's one of the things. We have a lot of things.
Money pays for everything.
We have a lot of things. Money isn't the only thing.
And so they're draining our economy.
We're
They're
draining.
draining our economy.
We're draining
billion
our
by
economy.
billion, and not to be a superpower. So you know what? I'm not going to participate in this nonsense anymore. They want to start trouble. They want to start regional wars. They want to act crazy. Then let them do it. And look out for our interests first. And if they collide with our interests, we'll interfere. If not, have a good day, kill each other. I don't care.
I understand
They
your
they
reason.
did it to themselves. Why are we going to keep bailing these people out and they turn around 2 generations later and do it again?
I understand that, and that's why I don't want to be
So
involved in
enough's enough.
Mogadishu. That's why.
Enough is enough.
And thus, I don't want to be involved in Mogadishu. I don't want to be involved.
This
in
isn't
Afghanistan.
isolationism.
It is.
It's looking out for your
isolationism.
own people.
It is isolationism. It's not looking out for our own people. We cannot effectively become an isolationist nation and not have effective
we can't
plans.
take care of everybody else's neighborhood and house until we take care of our own first. Just even on an airplane.
And
You
that
put your own
means,
you put your own oxygen mask on before you help anybody else.
and again, that means an effective plan.
And we're not putting the oxygen mask on first.
We don't have an effective plan.
The
Even if
plan
you,
is to
whether
let
you,
them duke it out. That's the
that's
plan.
not an effective plan.
Well, you just said we didn't have a plan. Now that plan's not effective. Which side are you on?
No, I'm
You
saying
can't have it both ways.
yes, you can, because it's both at the same time. We don't have a plan,
No,
and
it's
isolationism, which
it's a
is
plan you don't agree with. There's a difference.
no, not having a plan is not effective.
Oh, that is a plan. Let them duke it out.
That
Let them burn themselves out, and we'll
No,
intervene
that's
and help where we
isolation.
can.
Now you're talking about isolationism.
It's
They're
still
two
a
different
plan.
things. No, they're two different things. Not having a
No,
plan and isolationism are two different
you're
things.
you're the one that's against government intervention in every little thing. Now you're pushing
Yes, I
for
am.
U.S.
I
How
am.
many sides are you going to be on at the same time? You sound like one of the progressives.
No, I don't. You're not, and maybe it's my fault for not explaining it clearly enough, because I thought I am. Because I have an understanding, a realistic understanding of our influence in the world and how it affects us. Yes, I want a smaller government. I think we can have a far more effective and efficient government with a smaller government. That doesn't take
What, what,
away. That doesn't take
what is
away.
what is the one?
Hang on. You're cutting me off. That does not take away from our ability to have plans and policies and leadership that affects the rest of the world.
What
I
is the
don't
one
need to be
common denominator?
isolationist.
What is the one common denominator that has increased the U.S. government exponentially? What is it? War. Civil War tripled the size of the federal government. World War One quadrupled it from there. World War Two quadrupled it from there. Vietnam, we can go through the list. Every single time there's conflict, government expands either 6 to 10-fold. And you want more of it, good luck.
No, I don't want more of it.
I'm just telling you what the history is.
I understand what the history is. I also understand many of the factors that went into that. Each of those wars are very different wars in terms
Yeah,
of
they're very different,
logistics.
but the results and the size of the government expansion was still the same.
And did the government, in many of those wars, did the government shrink afterwards? After the war was over, in many of those cases, in fact, most of those cases, didn't the government shrink afterwards?
No,
Yes.
it was right after World War One. They expanded the IRS and the federal income tax. We can go on and on and on.
No, that
Department
was
after
that
department after department.
that was a different. That was reasoning for that was entirely different. Had nothing to do with the war.
Oh, they might have taken some of the War Department after the Civil War and in the Philippines, but the government agencies that were put in place after that didn't shrink. Just the military part of it is they just turned the people to a different department and created more government. You can look it up. It's just common knowledge.
You're correlating different factors and different things that were happening.
I don't care what the different factors were. It's the results that I'm after. And the results were the same every single time there's major conflict, bigger and larger government, and it never shrinks.
For different reasons.
I don't care what the
They
reason
didn't come
is.
from the war. They weren't coming from the war. They were coming from developments after the war and changes in our country.
Okay, we
and
can
plan.
argue about why they got larger. So you're agreeing with me the fact that they got larger and larger after a major conflict.
No, we've been getting larger and larger, period. Our
Yeah, and the
country,
expansions in
regardless of whether we are in war or not, or what type of war we were in, any kind of conflict we've been in, our country is growing, and it has been growing. In fact, the rate of growth has been increasing since the 1960s, almost exponentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not because we were in a world war.
Just because we have more population means we have to have more government? What kind of reasoning is that?
I'm not saying that. Again, I have said I want an effective and efficient government, which would be a smaller government. That
We can get
doesn't change
efficient-
policy.
We get efficient as it possibly can, but never be efficient as government never is. I was involved in it locally for 8 years. I know.
not
You can do
saying
the best you
it's-
can.
Yes, and we can be more efficient than we are. I'm not saying that we're
You
going to
can
have
always
100%.
be more efficient. That's like, you sound like the
But we're
progressives when they
not.
say, well, there's less racism, but there's still racism. So we got more to go. And then we got more
No,
to go.
we
and
don't
then we
have
got
more to go. No, we don't have more. There is a big difference between having 80% effectiveness and 40% effectiveness. There is a
Yeah, but
there's a
still
massive
not
difference.
perfect yet. So
I don't care
all of it's
about
bad.
perfect. I have never said perfect. You've never heard me say I want perfect.
Mike, we're getting lost in the weeds here. I don't think we should be involved in regional conflicts. Let them burn themselves out.
That's fine. I understand your reasoning for that. I disagree.
Frankly, I think a lot of the stuff going to Ukraine is to cover Biden's ass from all the crap he did with him.
Probably. That's a
So we got to
compliment.
we got to engulf all of Europe, at least Eastern Europe, and on the brink of nuclear war because Biden wants to save his own behind from stealing money.
I don't want to be in that war. I've never
Well,
wanted to
that
be in that
seems like
war.
that's the case, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. Does it seem the case that that's where the government is going right now? Yes, because we don't have a plan, we don't have leadership, and we are.
No, we don't have a plan that you agree with.
No, we don't have a plan.
Well, I take that back. I have a plan, and you don't agree with it, and you call it not a plan.
No, I'm talking about the Biden administration, not you. I'm talking about the Biden.
I'm talking about myself personally.
Okay, and isolationism doesn't resolve the situation in Ukraine.
When does it ever happen?
What?
Since the United States has been an industrial power, when did we become isolationist ever since then?
Initially in the 1930s, before we got involved in World War II. We were an isolationist. In fact, there was a major movement in the 1930s in the United States to be isolationist.
We sent by today's standards trillions of dollars to England and Lend-Lease. So we weren't so isolated as you think.
No, that was in the 1940s. That was at the time that we were getting into the war.
The war started in 1939, so we were giving them arms before that.
It started in 1938, and we started giving them money in 1940.
October 1st, 1939 was the first day of the war.
The official start of the war. We started giving them money in 1940, middle of 1940.
Oh, we were sending them stuff before that because they were asking for it. Maybe not at the large amounts. But we've never been isolationists like that. We put our nose in more sometimes and sometimes less, but we always have our nose in it. And it's enough.
Varying degrees.
These regional hatreds between the South Koreans and the Japanese, in the Middle East with Israel and the Jews and Arabs, it's been going on for millennia.
Yes.
You know what? Let them duke it out. Why is it our problem?
Because we made a contract. We have a treaty.
Well, you're walking down the road of World War I, my friend, and you're doing it willingly. You're doing it willingly and knowingly.
There is a big difference. There is a massive difference in having a plan and having an effective government.
Again, with a plan. The plan is leave them the hell alone. Let them duke it out.
That's not an effective plan.
Oh, so now it's not effective. Before it wasn't a plan. So at least you admit it was a plan.
There's two different things you keep intermingling. They're not the same. Not having a plan and being isolationist.
Semantics is all you're doing here.
No, they're not. They're two entirely different things. You're combining them as if they're one. They're not. Not having a plan and having a plan of isolationism. I have a couple of family members and old school friends that the last 5 or 6 years, I just simply, no matter what I do, I cannot make peace with them or get along with them. Okay.
So my plan is just avoid them. That's a plan.
That is a plan.
And it's the same plan that I'm saying on a world stage.
No, you've conflated two different things, isolationism and not having a plan. Because we do not have a plan now. We're not isolationist.
You sound like the progressives.
Plan.
If I'm against equity, that means I'm a racist. I mean, you're using terms that don't fit together.
No, I'm using
looking
two
out
very
for
clear
Americans
deals.
first is not isolationism.
I didn't say it was. I'm saying we don't have a plan.
Again, with a plan.
Very simple. We don't have
Sometimes
a plan.
wars go the way they go. You know when a military plan goes out, the first 5 minutes of the battle, the plan is gone.
John, I'm very familiar with military plans, having been in the military.
Yeah, and they all go to crap 5 minutes after the hot shooting starts, right? And then you got to get a new plan and readjust, and a new plan that readjusts as things continue.
I understand that, John. I've never said that.
Well, that's why. Then why won't you do it for this?
Okay. You're fundamentally not understanding what I'm saying. And it's maybe my failure.
No, I understand perfectly. I just don't agree with any of it.
No, you don't. By the argument you're making about it, you're not understanding me fundamentally. And that's fine. And I will accept. That's my failure of conveying the idea.
Mike, I've known you for a long time.
I know.
And patronizing me probably isn't a good idea.
I'm not patronizing you.
You are. You just don't realize it.
No, I'm not patronizing you. I am admitting.
Just keep saying you're not doesn't mean you're not.
You're cutting me off again. I'm saying that I'm not conveying my idea or what I'm trying to say to you apparently clear enough. That's my failure. And I don't know how to resolve it at this moment. So you're not understanding what I'm saying. And we are having a miscommunication. And that's okay.
I understand perfectly the plan you want to do and the plan you want to put in place and the elected officials and all that. I understand perfectly. I just don't agree with any of it.
That's not what I'm hearing from what you're saying, but that's okay. That
government officials. Oh, who's in charge of the military in the U.S.? The government. So it's government officials. So let's just fall back. It's not the military. It's us that's in charge of the military.
Ideally.
Well, on paper anyway.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is intervening in all these regional wars is a recipe for disaster.
I'm not saying we should be in all of them.
But just have a plan.
I'm saying
even if it's a bad one, right?
You got to start somewhere.
I would rather have no plan at all than have one that's known to fail every single time.
And I don't know anyone who's been in the military that would agree with that.
I'm going to keep putting my hand on top of the stove, and every time it's burned me. Well, let's try it one more time just in case it doesn't.
And there's where I'm fundamentally not being able to explain it to you. And that's fine. Because
maybe it's your military background. You see it through a different eyeglass. I don't know.
Yes. I think that is a
but
key component.
In a weird way though, I think you'd be less interventionist because you see the horrors of it all.
You're assuming that I want to be interventionist, that I want to be interventionist on a major scale.
Well,
that's not what I've said.
In order to have a plan for the world,
does not mean
regional wars, you have to be an interventionist in some shape, way, or form.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Either through money or materials or troops.
No, it doesn't.
Economic sanctions, whatever
it does not have to have that, or on any major scale or minor scale. That is not correct. Having a plan does not mandate.
All right, hang on. Let's do this instead. To make yourself clear, as you say, maybe you're not being as clear. I'm swearing you in as this moment, Mike. You are now the president of the United States. What's your plan?
Please don't.
What's your plan? If you're criticizing them for not having a plan, what's yours?
My plan, first of all, we would build up the military. We would recommit to having more nuclear arms. I would be willing to go into certain areas to have wars and to take over the countries that we are going to fight in. I would make it a national policy. I would declare on international news that for each conflict that the United States was to engage under, with me as president, if that were the case, we are taking over those land masses, that areas, wherever our troops are. They will be the possession of the United States government. And we will
occupy them like Germany after World War II.
No. I mean Commonwealth turning into a state at some point in the future. Yes. I mean,
so you're talking about expansion of an empire and colonialism.
Yes.
I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I'm just trying to make it clear.
I'm not taking it derogatory. Yes.
Because the progressives call it colonialism, but they do it in a negative sense.
I don't take it negatively. I do not believe any conflict is worthwhile unless we are taking what we fight over. If I'm going to send troops to anywhere in the world, then we own whatever we're fighting over, wherever that American dropped blood.
And many people much smarter than I, military men, historians over the life of the country, the U.S., we have never, of any major power in the world, superpower, we have never, ever been a colonial power. And that has been the secret to our success.
Yes, we have. That's how we went from coast to coast. That's exactly how we went from coast to coast.
I thought since the country was formed in the Constitution.
We've gone coast to coast.
Most of that land we didn't take.
Yes, we did.
Well, for the Native Americans, maybe.
And Mexicans and Canadians.
Well, no.
Yeah,
we made a deal. No, that's not true. We made a deal with the Mexican-American War, and we could have taken their whole country when they decided not to, and they gave us the Southwest in exchange.
We took Texas instead. We took
land. What I'm talking about, we could have taken everything right through Mexico City, and
it doesn't matter how much. It doesn't matter how much we took.
They agreed to it.
We took land. We took land. It didn't. You're looking at the degree of. I don't care about the degree of.
No, that's what they agreed to in the treaty.
I understand that.
Force them.
Yes, but we took land. We took it. We conquered it. We could have conquered more, and many people said that's the manifest destiny of the United States. I understand that. We could have always conquered more, but we did conquer. We did take. And we have done that.
We didn't fight any wars in the Southwest.
Mexico.
The Mexican government owned that land,
Texas.
and they gave it to us.
No, Texas fought for it. The United States was
We
supporting
didn't fight in
that.
Arizona. We didn't fight in California. We didn't fight in New Mexico. We fought in Mexico.
We were fighting in Texas, an offshoot of that conflict with Texas.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. So, yeah, we have fought and we have conquered and we have.
You're trying to
taken
say
over
that the
land.
U.S. is a colonial power.
Yes.
My man, your view of U.S. history is very skewed.
Of course, we're a colonial power. Most countries have been colonial powers. That's not a bad thing. That's not negative. It's nothing
We are
different.
not a colonial power.
Not in the way that Britain was a colonial power, but yes, we
No,
were a
they
colonial
were a
power.
colonial power. They had your empire was all over the world. Us, no.
Yeah, we're not on that same level. That doesn't mean we weren't a colonial power. Of course we were.
Oh, I see. So if I steal a pack of gum or I rob a bank, we're both thieves. Is that the way it works?
Yes, by definition of the law. Of course
That's
we were.
a very skewed way of looking at things.
No, that's the actual way of looking at it. It is, you broke the same
Well,
law.
Mike-
Stealing is stealing.
Mike, I've known you a long time, and maybe this thing in world affairs is maybe got you thinking a certain way, but you used to be a lot more open-minded in the past.
Maybe.
It's a shame because you're actually a decent guy.
Don't think that I'm not now, but that's
Well, I
fine.
didn't say you weren't.
Okay.
But when a decent guy gets skewed and starts seeing things that aren't really true, I can begin to worry.
Stealing is stealing. And being a colonial
Okay,
power,
all
we
right,
have a lot of
we'll leave it at that. There's no point in really continuing.
Okay.
All right, have a good day.
You too.
Yeah, bye.
All right, folks. So, obviously, as I have always said, we can have conversations and disagree. And that doesn't change anything about the respect I have for you and the respect I have for your views. You don't have to agree with me. I don't have to agree with you. But we can have the conversation. And if anything, especially when you disagree, whether I agree or not, I hope this gives you the opportunity to have conversation amongst your friends. Have a conversation with yourself. To look up the information and decide for yourself, no matter what it is. Because it's not about just me. You don't have to agree with my opinion or John's opinion or Dow's opinion or Hot Chick's opinion. You can have your opinion. And we can have this conversation on a national level. And that's actually what I love and want. And I want it to be an international conversation. You don't have to, the end of that conversation, the end of that discussion doesn't have to be, well, Mike, we have to do what Mike said, or we have to do what John said. No. We can come to a different conclusion. But let's have that conversation. Let's look through the details and go through it all. Even if we don't want to come down to the same final conclusion. But that's fine. You know, and the last thing that I mentioned there, and I want to make it just as an example of it. I said, is there a difference, John pointed out, is there a difference between stealing a loaf of bread or stealing from a bank robbery, as an example? Pretty extreme, obviously very different things. In the sense that what is being taken and the value of what is taken is different. But they're both stealing. And for me, they're both stealing. Now, the punishment, you can say, well, there's a difference in the punishment because of the degree of the value of what was stolen. But the same underlying law, the same fact pattern has been created. They still were stealing. See, and that's where, for me, we begin and end at that point. The problem is the stealing. It is a crime. And to say, well, there's a different degree of that crime, we can argue about that. Should someone who's stole a loaf of bread be treated the same way as a bank robbery? No, I don't think so. Are they both criminals who have committed the crime of stealing? Yes. And that's maybe not everyone agrees with that. The principle is exactly the same. The core is the same. And so understanding that, maybe that makes everything else make more sense. Maybe not. Maybe you don't agree. Maybe you see a very big difference between, as an example, stealing the bread and stealing from a bank. Now, again, let's not attribute, someone was poor, that's why they stole the bread. Well, maybe they were poor and they stole from the bank. Same difference. They're still stealing. To me. You may disagree. I'm okay with that. I'm not, and I want everyone to know, I'm not upset with John. We're passionately discussing our points of view. And I am fully happy to admit I may not be conveying my thoughts clearly enough for John or for you to understand it. You know what that means? We need to talk more. I need to work on being able to convey it better. I'm willing to say that that could be my fault. You may not understand me. Maybe I haven't said it the right way, given the right example. That's okay. That's why we need these conversations in our nation. That's why we need to make sure our news media are giving us the information so that we can have those intelligent conversations, and why we don't get upset with each other when we say, I don't agree. I do not see it that way. Fantastic. Let's find out why. Where's that core point that we can say, okay, we can start from here and get to the end together. I mean, that's what I like to imagine. That's what we're here to do. It's not just me telling you believe this or obey this or think that. No. And I'm perfectly happy to hear anyone disagree. Whether it's my friends like John Cordisco, or it's people like Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow or Antifa, BLM. I hear them out too. I hope that is being conveyed in the show today and in the conversations. And again, if anyone else wants to call in, you will be treated with respect. We can have a passionate discussion. We can passionately disagree. And that's fine. You're going to be treated with respect. You tell me I'm ugly, you tell me I'm old, I don't care. You want to tell me about your feelings? I don't care. You want to tell me this is your conclusions, this is why you think the way you do? I'm perfectly happy to hear that and to see where there may be commonality, if there can be. So I think that's important. Let me move forward, because we still have a lot more to talk about here today. And I was moving from the international, and we went a little bit long on that today, but I want to go into some of the more domestic, some of the things that are affecting America, but also affecting the rest of the world to a different degree as a consequence. By the way, if anyone hasn't noticed, if you're thinking about January 6th, you're talking about 2020, you should really pay attention to how elections in the rest of the world happen. America has its issues. We are getting more issues. We're getting more like the rest of the world with a lot of the things we're seeing, like what's happening in Nigeria with late votes. Does that sound familiar? How people are voting later and later, kind of like in 2020 in the New York 21st District, where we have people finding votes a month after an election or a week after an election. How many times have we heard that? That's the stuff we hear from countries like Nigeria. That really upsets me. And people really need to look at that and say, well, Nigeria is not known for its wonderful elections and its security and safety of its elections, or its confidence in its elections, and yet we're becoming more and more like Nigeria. That should scare you. That should concern you. Especially when, at the end of the day, once we have these conversations, once we've gone through these things and we're voting on people to make these decisions, like in the case with John and myself just then, or anyone that we're talking about, some of these regional conflicts around the world, and we're saying, okay, we want to elect someone, we need to have confidence that whoever's in there is actually going to be making the best decision based on their constituents and making the best argument for whatever idea it is. Because if we don't, then we get chaos. We will never get the best solution if we aren't talking about the issues and electing people who are responsive to the public's view. So I think that's important, and I wanted to point that out with Nigeria today. And trust me, all of this is going to change very soon. Because on February 19th, the Supreme Court's been hearing the conversations about whether or not Section 230 is going to continue to exist. The internet's about to change. One way or another. It's either going to be like we have heard from many of the Democrats in the Senate, where they want to have more government restriction, more government interference, more bloating the government even more, and having the government involved in terms of censorship, or we're going to shrink the government and have the government become more effective and more efficient on what it can and cannot do, and staying away from a larger part of the government, but making sure it's more fair for everyone. And at every step, I want a smaller, more effective, more efficient government. I want more effective and efficient politicians. That's always what I want to see. And we're going to maybe lose that opportunity to see that because of what's going to happen with Section 230. Especially if the government wins and they're able to expand their power to silence your voice, to have disinformation governance boards like they suggested last year, like they have been trying to institute, as we have seen in the Twitter files, as has been rumored to be the case with the Facebook files and the YouTube files. I can't wait until Susan Wojcicki, who used to run YouTube, she just quit because she's going in front of Congress. She quit just before she's going to speak to members of Congress about the censorship she has pushed in front of us. This is a big case, really big case, and I think people should be preparing for that. What else was I going to... Well, hang on. I had another... Oh, there it is. So, and when I say the government right now is just a complete mess, that they have become bloated and inefficient and ineffective, something that I'm sure most people didn't notice came out on February 23rd. This is according to CNN. The U.S. economy grew less in the fourth quarter of 2022 than they told you. They can't remember. They were trumpeting. They were screaming. The economy's doing so great. You just don't understand. They said, oh, look at the fourth quarter. Look at the month of January. Everything's doing fine. Things are better than you think they are. And then in the middle of the night, when no one's paying attention, they come out and tell you the truth. Oh, yeah, but the economy isn't doing nearly as good as they said that it was. This is from CNN. February 23rd. The link will be in the description. You can see it for yourself. And what do you see there? Oh, yeah, the economy grew slower than what we were promised and told that it would be. So they're trying to tell you that things are doing great, except, well, interest rates are going to be going up more because the country isn't doing that well. Inflation is going to increase because the country's not doing that well. They promised you that it was doing well. They promised you that we're going to see great things happen, but it's not. So again, in terms of the elections, in terms of we have no confidence. We're becoming more like Nigeria in terms of our elections. We're losing confidence in our elections. We're losing confidence in the fact that our government can be efficient and effective. we're losing confidence that we're being told the truth whenever we get told these things, and that the government's able to handle any of these situations because they're so bloated and ineffective. And that's one of the big things. Dow mentions that he's wondering if Nigeria is using the software from the Communist Party of China. Maybe. China has a huge influence in Nigeria, not the United States. So you could be right, Dow. And user has been banned says part of the issue is the control of a few large companies have over the internet, and they will make that worse. The government will make it worse, and I agree. The government will make Section 230 worse because, again, we have no plan. There is nothing that is effective or efficient. We are just adding more and more bodies. We're passing around more and more paper, but we're not doing better. We don't have a plan to do better. We're not trying to be better. We're just trying to be bigger. It's like the sequels. I mean, think of it as a sequel movie. Every movie you see has to be more movie. It has to be bigger explosions. It has to be more action involved. And yet, that doesn't mean it's good. Doesn't mean it's better than what you saw in the original. It isn't improving. I think that's very important. Okay. Hang on one second, folks, because I need to take a quick break. Give me a second. Here we go. Can I do this one? No. Is it there? Come on. Give me one of them. Nope. All right. Hang on one second, folks. Let me go to... Yeah. This is a little bit of the conversation with Larry Sharp. Let me put this on for 1 second. I'll be right back.
No, I don't really care about, I'm not actually friends with a lot of people in the industry because I kind of just do my own thing. I'm just here. I take pictures myself, and I don't really, but when I was dancing, that's how I got involved with trafficking, because I seen it like up close in my face. Like I helped girls. So I like seen it firsthand. I also seen it in Tijuana, which was like the first time I ever encountered it, which blew my mind and probably changed my life because I just didn't realize what was going on in the world. I was pretty young, and I went down there and realized that there's children prostituting, and yeah, it was crazy. I probably should be dead, but what I did down there, but whatever. Yeah, I
You've
just
all been through a few things. In Tijuana, yes, I've been there. Larry, I'm sure you've been there.
I have been, yeah, when I was stationed out there. Yeah.
Same thing.
Yes.
Same thing.
Yes. I was stationed at Pendleton, so that's kind of a rule.
I was out in
For those you don't know, Camp Pendleton is a Marine base. Michael knows he's a Marine. He knows that. But I was stationed at Pendleton. You go to Tijuana, that's what you do.
Yeah, I was out in 29 Palms, the stumps.
There we go. Absolutely. Same thing. Yes. So
it's pretty crazy.
No, I think that the piece that I'm going to bring up again, it's kind of what we just talking about, and that is, at what point, what age is the young age, right?
Thank you.
In my view, now this is just my view.
Thank you for your patience there, folks. Sorry about that. I had to step away for 1 second, and let's see. Let me see here. So let me look at some of the comments. Dow mentions that the current lawsuits would dramatically change how the internet works and the success of current and future platforms. Really, what needs to happen is a quick revision of Article 230. I think we need to change it completely from top to bottom. Not just a quick revision, but a complete change of it, because the system has been built up to be abusive. And user has been banned, asked, was it for the puppy? Yes, it was for the puppy. No one's banging on the door at the moment, so we're not getting swatted, at least not yet. But yes, Dow, we do need to give Section 230. And people are wondering, well, why does that matter to me? You're not a content creator. Because you want to be able to get the news. Because you don't want to be lied to. Because you want to be able to trust that when CNN is putting something up, and when I come out and say, they lied to you in December, they lied to you in January, they lied to you in February, and they're just now coming out and telling you the truth, then I can't say that. I can't say that the government's lying to you because they're suppressing me. And they're going to suppress you. You can't share that with your friends and your neighbors. You can't say things they don't approve of. That's why Section 230 is important for you and me. Not just as content creators, but for people who look at the content. This is another example of a government that is inefficient, that is ineffective, that is bloated, that is abusive. These things are all interconnected. And as I said, the main thing that's causing the inflation, and this is currently behind a firewall at the moment, is the article you can see from Market Watch about what's causing the inflation. Because the United States is a service economy, because we are dependent on China for making much of our supplies, because we are not independent as a nation, because our leadership gave up on that leadership. Our elected officials stopped leading America and handed it off to someone else. They said China could take care of it. They said Vietnam could take care of it, that Taiwan could take care of it, that we have offset all these things to let other countries take care of it for us because our government is inefficient, ineffective, and bloated. They don't have a plan on how to deal with these things, because if they did, we would be in a better position. We'd be able to weather these problems so much more than what we are. And when we're talking about some of these things, like Article 260, let me ask everyone, did you hear what happened with Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? Let me write that out. All right. So let me ask this of everyone, because this goes right in line with Section 230, Section 230, which is about the internet censorship. And what happened to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is about censorship, which I believe is a direct result of an ineffective, inefficient, bloated government with no leadership. Did you see this? I want to show you because, well, let me explain. For people who don't know, and the news came out and a lot of people have been upset about this. Roald Dahl, D-A-H-L, he's the author who wrote Charlie and the Chocolate Factory and several other books that are considered classics. You know, the movies were based on his book. Different versions of, they took some liberties in making the films, but the core of it is all coming from his book. And some genius, some progressive genius decided that the best thing they could possibly do at Penguin Books is they have to rewrite Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. And they have to rewrite a bunch of other books so that they are woke, so that our kids can only read woke things. So things like saying that boy, that girl, now has to be changed to they, them, or the children. That you can't, remember Augustus Gloop? Remember in the movies, I know in the original with Gene Wilder, Augustus Gloop, he was the fat kid, and first kid that got kicked out of it, he was the fat kid. He fell into the chocolate river, got stuck in the pipe, and had to be shot out as the Oompa Loompas were running around singing their song. By the way, Oompa Loompas are no longer short. They're no longer tiny. I think they call them short people or something of that. They reworded everything. You can't call someone short. You can't call them tiny. Oompa Loompas aren't Oompa Loompas anymore. You can't be black. You can't be white to protect children. I think this is insane. I think this is insane and intolerable and racist and sexist. And it's being pushed by a government that has no idea what they are doing because they have no understanding of the consequences of what they are doing and how it's going to affect our children going forward. I mean, when we listen to them say we have to ban these books, we have to rewrite it's worse than banning the books. They're rewriting them. They're changing the literal meaning of these words. Why are they doing that? Why are they changing the meaning of the words? Because they want to change the way that you think. Yeah, Oompa Loompas are unisex. Augustus Gloop is not fat. He's just enormous. This makes no sense. Augustus Gloop, they're like, oh, but it's fat shaming. He's being shamed because he is a glutton. That's the whole point. And I think he's the best example because we've seen the movies, whether it's the one with Johnny Depp or Gene Wilder. Augustus Gloop is a glutton. The message to children is don't be a glutton. Not that kids can't be bigger or smaller, that they can't be fat, skinny, tall, short. That wasn't the point because that wasn't his problem. Augustus Gloop wasn't fat because he had a gland problem. Augustus Gloop was fat because he was a glutton. And gluttony is the issue. What was it? Mike, the cowboy kid, Mike, Radio Mike or something. His problem? Wrath? Envy? No, envy was the one who turned purple. Violet. She turned purple because of envy. There are core values in there. And it's not about whether they were black or white. It isn't about them being boys or girls. It's about, it's about the vices and virtues. Charlie was a good kid, not because he was a white kid, not because he was a short kid or a tall kid. It wasn't because he was poor or rich. It was because he was a good kid. He was a virtuous kid. Because he was honest and willing to accept the blame for when he did something that was dishonest. And when you change the words, you change those core values. You change the meaning. It's exactly like what we are seeing with Section 230. They're changing the meaning. They're changing the values. They're changing everything around us to abuse the system, to abuse us. Because the leaders aren't strong enough to stand up and say, we have certain core values. Vices are bad, period. Not to affirm someone's vices. Because when you start saying, it was Mike TV, thank you. And yeah, he was gun positive too, which I didn't have a problem with Mike TV being gun positive. That wasn't his problem. But, there's something to be said about having leaders so weak, so incapable of seeing the future and understanding the consequences that they're willing to tell kids gluttony is okay. Is there anyone in the audience that agrees with gluttony being a good idea? That it's worthwhile? There's a poll about this, and this is from YouGov poll. This is a YouGov poll about what happened here, okay? And I just want to read this. This is Roald Dahl's children's books are being rewritten by publisher Puffin to remove language deemed offensive. Okay, and this is a poll that came out on February 26th. I'm just going to run through this really quick. First up, have you read the books? Yes, I've read, I'll say one or two. Most people who took this poll have read, some people have read many. A third of people have read about one book. Okay. Generally speaking, do you think the language in the classic children's books, which is today deemed insensitive or inappropriate, should or should not be edited? I would say it should not be edited. We should not change the language just because someone doesn't like it. 83%. You just saw it on the screen live. This is a poll that has been up for 3 days. 83% of the people who took this poll on YouGov, a left-leaning poll. Okay, this is from the left. Even people with the left are agreeing it should not be edited. I don't have to go further. We don't have to go any further than that. It's just that simple. Here we go. Hello, and thank you for calling into No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael. And may I ask, what's your first name?
Han.
Oh. Nope.
The dog got out somehow.
Oh, okay, so you're live.
What?
Is he in the yard?
I'm looking. I'm outside, but my two kids are upstairs inside.
Okay, I'll come look. Thank you.
But the gate was open.
What?
Right. That's why I'm calling. Han.
Okay. Let me go right out there. I'll be right there.
All
right, folks. So hang on. Well, as you got to hear, my puppy is, I don't know where. My gate is wide open. I didn't know how my puppy got outside, and I don't know how, because he was just inside. So I don't know how he got outside. I'm not sure how my gate got open. Let me be right back. I do want to talk about this, but give me a second, because I got to make sure my puppy's okay. So listen to a little bit more of Larry Sharp, me, Larry Sharp, and Lisa Ann Starr talking about OnlyFans and cam girls, and we'll be right back.
I don't think anyone should be in porn until you're at least 21. That's my personal view. I think people should be able to have a chance at trying to find a job, go to school, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But how the hell do you legislate that? How do you make that a
You
law?
can't.
How do you?
You can't.
Yeah, that's my problem. Like
that's why I just tell them the truth. I just try to talk to them, and I tell them just give it a while. Don't. I have someone that I know that is. I have a few people that I know that do porn, but there's someone that is young, and she started doing it young, and she's so mentally fucked up now. They end up doing things that they would never do because they think they're going to be the next Riley Reid or Lana Rhodes, and that doesn't happen. So then they do all of these things and for nothing. Like they're no one still, you don't know who they are. And I'm like, dude, you just should not, it's not a good idea. It's just not. Sleeping with random people you don't know, doing all this nasty shit that you wouldn't normally do is not a good idea. It's not. I would never do it, but I've been asked to do porn so many times since I turned 18, and I always said no. Like, just not for me. So I can't sleep with people unless I really, really feel something, which like never happens. So, yeah, I just can't do it. I don't recommend it. It's not a good idea.
I got a question then. Is the answer that, well, we can't legislate out over 21 because you're an adult. You're
correct.
Absolutely adult. Even at 18, you can't say anything because if you can vote, if you can go to war,
absolutely,
and join the military, you should be able to.
No,
do anything.
I was not advocating for law. I was just saying what I thought was correct. How do you make that happen?
But it's important because I mean, they tried it in '96, they tried it in '98, in 2007. There was law about that. They're talking about it right now. I'm a very conservative man. I know many people in the conservative circles that would love to get rid of porn, and I understand their reasoning, but the reality is you're not getting rid of porn.
That's what I say all the time.
It's been around as long as human beings have.
It's not reality. They have to, if you actually want to make change, I tell this to like really hardcore conservatives because they're very judgmental and they're like, it needs banned. And I'm like, dude, that's great and all, but that's never going to happen. So you need to look at it realistically. Prostitution is the oldest profession for a reason. I talk to them about real shit that happens when you do this. And if you have girls that are in porn, like I think Candace Owens just interviewed one. I don't know her name. She's like a reverend now. Like you need to talk to girls like that. Even Lana Rhodes has come out against porn. She did all this shit that she wished she never did. And she's like the top girl still, and she doesn't even do it anymore. But if she spoke to girls and was truthful and not lie, they don't tell them the dark shit. that happens. Even stripping, like at least stripping is for me, like these girls that do OnlyFans, like your stuff is going to be on the internet forever. I
Yes.
already knew that. I took that into consideration. But when I started, I was dancing, but I also already had a job in oil and gas, and they knew what I did. Like they know I was honest about it. They know. So I have that career. These girls don't. They're putting their pictures out there. They haven't even established anything in life. They're like 18 and you're just jumping
Yes.
into this for what? Like you didn't even give yourself a chance to do something more. Like you
Right.
can just like you just have to tell them the truth. And I do, because I've seen it ruin so many of my friends that are dead because they end up on drugs because they don't make money. They become alcohol. Like there's a lot of bad things. It's really how you carry yourself. And I just wasn't into that like
Well, I feel like what
lifestyle.
you're
I
telling
party,
me,
but not like that. Like I don't know.
Leanne, if I understand what you're telling me, what I'm hearing is
Mm,
you're saying we need to actually shine a brighter light on
yes.
this,
Yeah.
not a dimmer light, but a brighter light.
Trying
And
to
put
hide
a
it makes someone to do
huge
it
light
more.
on it so that women or young girls even will have more of an opportunity to go, you know what, this is not what I want to do. Or some will go in with their eyes open and be like, you know what, yeah, I'm good with this. This is how I want to make my money. I want to pay my bills this way. I'm good. I'm going to go in. They know what they're getting.
They should know everything.
This would help is I think this takes some of the trafficking away, right? If it becomes open and legal, I feel like there's less trafficking. Am I wrong on this?
I don't know. I kind of see that. I feel like it might be more safe for women that do it, like disease wise and everything. If there's like some sort of, because you can't tell grown people who to sleep with and if they're going to get money or like, it's like really dicey water. Like, I don't think they should, but that, like, who am I? They're not going to listen to me. So I think if there was something, maybe it's never going to quit trafficking makes way too much money. It's way easier to steal people and force them to do it so you make all profit in the end. So that's never going to go away. I got into this with another podcast I was on, Carrie, talking about it because I made a video like years ago that they took down Backpage, and I was like, that was a mistake because that's where I found girls that otherwise no one's looking for them. And it didn't stop trafficking. It's actually worse. And now it's spread out. There's a lot of stings from Backpage that help people, and families would look, because if you're 18 and the cops just don't have the resources or don't care, they won't help you. So they're just lost. So at least there they are dumb enough and do post their pictures. And there was a lot of stings with, like, I've worked with cops from that, and then they took it down, and now it's spread out everywhere and people don't have that. It was kind of like a lifeline. And now it's gone.
So hold on, you're telling me government stepped in and it got worse?
Yeah, and no, they took it down, and now trafficking is worse. Anyway,
I'm totally teasing you, Lan. That's literally my entire shtick for my entire life.
Now it's worse.
Government got involved, it got worse. Yes.
Yeah.
But we got to look at the other side of it too, because we also have. Sorry, forgot I had the audio going. Yeah, found my puppy. Found Khan. He's okay. He was about a block or so away. He seems to be okay. He's a little, I don't know, bad-tempered at the moment. I'm going to check him to see if I don't think he got into a fight, but he seems to be all right. And he seems to be doing okay. So I apologize about that, folks. But I love my puppy. He's important to me. So I had to go get him. Don't know how he got on my yard. Don't know he was running down the block. He was like fully a block and a half away. But I caught him. So that's good. Yeah. So I just got an update about that. But I got him back. Sorry, I'm frazzled now. You know, your puppy is part of your family. You love your puppy. By the way, when I say Khan is my puppy, he's 11. He's 11 years old. But to me, he's a puppy. He's 15 pounds. Khan. You know, he's 11 years old. And I love this puppy. He's still energetic. He's a little guy. He's only like half Scotty, half Bichon. And means the world to me. Really does. And somehow he got out of my gated yard. I don't know how. I don't know if someone's trying to steal him or something. I don't know what happened. Because he doesn't leave my yard. Someone had to call him out. So that's a little disturbing to me. And I don't know why he was out while I was in the show, but that's another thing altogether. Anyway. But he's okay. And that's the... So, excuse me for being thrown. That is messing with me. After the show, I'll find out exactly how he got out of my house and got into my yard and how my gate got open. It's upsetting. So where it was, I was talking about something. I was talking about censorship. I was talking about changing the way people think. And how important that is. How we have to be on guard for this. That we have leaders, they don't look forward. They're not trying to protect you and I. They're trying to protect their political positions, their power, their political agendas. And so they're willing to change things, to change the language, because that political agenda, that's funny. Chairman Meow was trying to get animal farms started. That's funny. But they're willing to change the language so that the core principles, the core values that make what is America, the expression of freedom that we have here, they're trying to destroy that. And they're not just doing it in America, it's around the world. But it's coming, America is the symbol of freedom in the world. That is a fact. Countries look to us to emulate us when they think of freedom. And here we are telling the rest of the world, yeah, but you can't think. You're not allowed to think. If America will not allow people to think, then what hope does anyone else have? You want to tell me, oh, I want to protect kids. I want to protect some kid from being called fat. Okay, but how's that stopping that kid from becoming a glutton? Have you protected him from gluttony? I understand. Oh, well, he may not feel good. Okay. And he may exercise. He may learn about good eating habits or exercise if that's part of the problem. Better medication. Maybe he grows up to be a doctor or a scientist and finds a way to, I don't know, cure a gland disease that could be affecting them. Maybe that's their inspiration to become a scientist or an engineer, to be able to help people better. Because they weren't looking at it as, oh, I have to be protected. I don't need to change. I can stay exactly as I am. I can just be fat, or I can be a glutton, and that's okay. No, it's not. It's not okay. And I know I'm stuck on that, but it just makes the visual that easy to understand. And again, I'm not picking on a person. We're talking about a character, but more importantly, we're talking about a concept. We're talking about a concept of a vice, of something that will harm children, because you're not helping them by censoring the words. This is censorship. This is Article 230 in effect. This is the government interfering of politics, interfering with the way people think. User has been banned, says, revenge served cold is becoming successful and rubbing it in the bullies' faces. Exactly. How many kids read Charlie and the Chocolate Factory and took inspiration of not being Veruca, not being Augustus, not being Mike TV? That they wanted to be better. That they didn't want to turn out like them. That they saw people like that amongst their friends. Come here. Where are you, Tom? Come here. Come. By the way, folks, this is Khan. Say hi. Yes, I know. Say hi. Say hi. Hi, everybody. This is Khan. He got back from his trip outside. He doesn't seem to be hurt. Just seems to be in a bad mood because he was having fun outside. You better now? I know. Thank you. Okay. Just wanted everyone to know he is okay. So it's important. It is important to understand that. I mean, can I call my dog black? Or do I have to call him off-colored? Can I say my dog is small, that he's tiny, that he's short? Or do I have to find some other way of describing my dog? Because someone in the world somewhere might see my dog and go, oh, you can't call him tiny. He's a small breed of dog. He's a shorter breed of dog. He's a toy breed of dog. I mean, what the hell, folks? That's why we have words. That's why words have meanings. And again, I say this is a failure, not just in the leadership, but in our society, to limit the way people think, to not be effective and efficient in being able to communicate with one another. It's in our government, it's in our society, and it is hurting kids. I would love to hear someone tell me, why in the world do you need to change these things? Why does this language, because someone somewhere might find it offensive? I guarantee you, if you ask enough people, every word in all language, someone will find it offensive. How many people? And why do you and I have to abide by someone else's feelings? Oh, so that other person down the block finds it offensive if you say the word fat. Okay, but what if I don't find it offensive? Why is their opinion more important than my opinion? Why is the opinion of Puffin more important than the parents who bought 50 million copies of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? 50 million copies of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, talking about Augustus Gloop, about Veruca Saltz, and Mike TV. And they had no problem. 50 million copies. Decades of people doing that. 2 movies being made about this, and parents had no problem. Why do we have to change it now? Why does some new parent, some new kid have to change everyone? No one in the future forever. Now apply that to everything else they want to censor. And that the government is telling you that you can't use these words. That the government is telling you you have to have diversity and equity and what's the I stand for? Inclusivity. That they are mandating the words that you have to use because they don't understand the plan. In fact, they don't have, well, no, I guess they do have a plan. Their plan being you're not going to be able to think. That you're just meant to obey. That you can't have any questions. That's upsetting to me. That is very upsetting to me. No, well, yeah, he could have. He doesn't usually chase cats out the yard. He chases cats, but he won't chase them out the yard. Usually the band is mentioning about my dog. Okay, let me go to something else, which is along the lines of what I've been talking about. Maybe this will make some of the themes that we're talking about here make sense and how it's affecting everyone in the world. Because changing Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, changing books, taking away the words, the meanings, the concepts, and just throwing them away because of someone else's feelings, not your feelings, someone else's feelings. Someone else has a priority on the feelings that you're supposed to have. You're supposed to have their feelings. You're supposed to do what they say, feel what they feel. You don't get a choice. So, and it kind of plays into something similar, I think. I don't know if people heard about this. On Wednesday, February 22nd, the FBI, as reported by the Grio, which is a left-leaning source, very far left-leaning source, says that the FBI paid informants to go into the BLM protests. And I thought about that for a second. So it is now the Grio who said, the FBI, do I think that the FBI in 2020 was going out to all the riots and they were helping those riots happen? Yeah. Do I think in 2021, January 6th, that the very same FBI went out and helped to try and create a riot in D.C.? Yes, it's the same principle. Divide, conquer, limit what people can say, limit how people say things. And that's not because of the leadership telling them to do it. They didn't have a plan for that. They just let them do it. They left the environment open and said, yeah, you can kind of do this. And destroy our nation, destroy freedom. Now, I know the Grio is very, very biased about this. And they are absolutely trying to say, well, this happens every single time. And it did happen in the 1960s. This did happen to the Black Panthers. And some of it is unfair. Absolutely. And some of it is just exaggeration. Now, the problem is we should be able to talk about this. This shouldn't be just the Grio. We should have known about this before we had to wait 2.5 years. We should have known about it then. But what about all the other things? So is the idea that, well, everything that has ever happened with BLM that was negative, well, that was the FBI? Because 2 weeks ago, BLM in the southern tier of New York broke the law, was illegally on private property, terrorizing the local community. That wasn't the FBI. Those weren't FBI informants. That was the local BLM Antifa Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow group. But they want you to think that this is not, that this is a setup, that they're angels, that they're doing great. Again, they're changing the words and the meaning. I don't know if that's coming across the way when I set this up for the show today. I don't know if it came across to make sense. I don't know if it's making sense now. My brain went into a whole other place because I had to get my puppy. I don't know. Let me switch to something else. Different conversation. By the way, I do recommend you, I'm going to switch to something else, but I do think it's important that you should see this tweet by AZ Suburbs, where we have the far left saying that they have a master's degree. They have advanced degrees. And parents don't know anything. So they should decide what kids learn. They should decide how kids speak and how kids think, because they got a degree. The parents don't matter. Just like we're seeing from Puffin. The parents don't matter. Someone else, someone with a degree, somebody that's approved, with an approved message, they made the decision on how your kids can learn the words and understand the concepts. And here it is again. They're saying it again in Arizona. Kind of upsetting. All right. Was the inventor of the air fryer fat? Maybe. Maybe. And this is all happening at the same time, like in New York State. Assemblywoman Donald Pardo has been trying to pass this same law since 2018 about getting student journalists the ability to have free speech. That is a core element of New York State. the supposedly most liberal, most progressive state, at least on the East Coast, if not in the country, and we don't have free speech in our schools. Students, journalists, student newspapers in high schools, in colleges, they don't get free speech. If we're not giving it to them in our high schools, we're not giving it to them in our colleges, how do we expect them to know to expect it in as adults in their regular life? If we're taking it away from the internet, when are they ever going to know what free speech is? User has been banned says at that point, why should kids even have parents? Just have the schools raise them. And doesn't it feel like that's what they're trying to do? That they're taking it away. They've taken away the school newspapers. We've taken away the writing skills of our students. We've programmed them on what words they can and can't use, what thoughts they can express on social media, what things they can say and share. We don't have kids anymore. We have drones. We are raising a generation of drones. And that's just insane. That's just terrifying to me. It really is. And we can see the laws out there. Donald Lepardo in New York State is the fourth most powerful person in the New York State Assembly. The New York State Senate and the Assembly are controlled by Democrats. She's one of the most powerful politicians in New York State. And she can't get in. Since 2018, she has been trying to pass the ability for students to have free speech. And in the bluest of blue states that want to protect everyone's rights, and they want to protect children, and they're happy to protect children from certain words that might be in a classic book that millions of people have read over decades, but they won't let them have free speech. Does that sound off? Does that sound bad? I think it does. I think it does. So, let me stop for a second. I'm going to jump to another thought here. I hope that wasn't too convoluted. That wasn't too jumbled. Again, having to go get my dog really threw me off today. So, I'm sorry. I had a theme here and I kind of lost it. So, I apologize. And I do want to make sense. And I have these thoughts. I'm trying to express them. And I apologize if today, at this point, that I'm not doing well. And trust me, they will ban Mel Brooks. They will ban the movies. They've already been banning movies. We've got movies. The Muppet Show. The Muppet Show. The J Rest Break, our shorts that we do on this channel. This week, we found out that the Muppet Show has a trigger warning on it. This is a program that was on CBS at 7 or 8 o'clock at night. It was meant for children and adults to watch and enjoy for years. It's the reason why we have like dozens of Muppet movies. These are beloved characters, and we have trigger warnings because one of the Muppets, Gonzo, doesn't want to dance with a man. Because he said, I don't want to dance with a man. I'll dance with a block of cheese instead. And this is the way they protect us. Oh my God, you can't dance with cheese. You must dance with a man. Why? Doesn't Gonzo get free choice? Don't you get free choice? They're taking that away from us. It's so upsetting. And this is a program that the left made for children that was teaching them lessons and giving them enjoyment, giving them entertainment. And now it's evil. Now it's bad. Now we have to have trigger warnings on it. Because someone else's feelings, not your feelings, someone else's feelings are hurt. And because someone else's feelings are hurt, your kids are deprived. Your kids don't get to grow. They don't get to learn. They don't get to experience. They are at a loss because someone else said, I complain, even if it's just one person. Even if it's just one person. Because that one person is more important than all of you. That's insane. That's upsetting. It's aggravating. All right. I want to talk about Ohio. I want to talk about Trump. I want to talk about Ohio. I want to talk about Trump. I want to talk about the way our states are breaking down. The inefficiency is getting insane. It's getting terrible. Now, you may have noticed this week that President Trump went to Ohio because Joe Biden doesn't care about the people in Ohio. He didn't. He could have gone. We had the train derailment in Ohio on February 3rd. The CDC changed the toxicology reports online on February 9th. It took 2 weeks for Pete Buttigieg to actually show up, and he only showed up after Trump went. He wasn't going there. He had no intention of showing up until after Trump went to East Palestine, Ohio. And Trump showed up with food and water and resources, things that people needed, that he donated. And whether or not it was said Trump water or Trump donuts or whether he had his name on it or not, he made the donation. He did more than the Department of Transportation. He did more than the EPA. And he did it because he could. What's the excuse for Joe Biden? What's the excuse for Kamala Harris? What's the excuse for Pete Buttigieg? What's the excuse for the Department of Transportation, the EPA? What's their excuse? They had weeks with all the money in the universe, with all the resources of the United States government, as bloated as it is, and they didn't care until a political opponent did what they refused to do. But yet I hear people tell me, no, but the Democrats are absolutely, they're empathetic and they're kind. Joe is the most warm person. They care about you. They care about you so much that they didn't actually show up. They care about you so much they didn't bring you any water. They care about you so much that Joe Biden went 5,000 miles away from the actual people he is responsible to take care of someone else. I don't understand this. Maybe you guys understand it. Maybe it makes sense to everyone else. He went 5,000 miles away. At least 5,000 miles away. I forget the exact distance to the Ukraine from East Palestine, Ohio. But he ran from the problem and said, you are the problem if you noticed that he ran away. You're the problem if you said, why didn't Pete Buttigieg show up as part of his job? Where was Kamala Harris? If you asked, where was Kamala Harris? Because she's not that busy. She's not doing anything. And if you ask, where is Kamala Harris? You're the bad guy. Because it's about politics. It's about demonizing people, about demonizing Trump. You know what? They're not just going to demonize President Trump about giving food and water to people in the middle of a disaster. They're going to have Saturday Night Live mock him. They are going to mock the generosity and charity that the people of Ohio received. They want to demonize an act of kindness. Think about this. They're putting trigger warnings on the Muppets. They are changing the words of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. They are demonizing you for giving your kids values and virtues and supporting the core values of the United States. And they are going to demonize the charity to take care of Americans who are in harm's way as the government is feckless. As the government runs away to another country altogether. Woody Harrelson wants to laugh at President Trump doing something that Woody Harrelson wouldn't do. Woody Harrelson is rich enough to donate, I don't know, hundreds, thousands of bottles of water, hundreds, thousands of items of food and clothing. He's willing to laugh at Trump for something he wouldn't even do, even after the fact. Even after the fact. Even after Trump went there. Even after Pete Buttigieg finally showed up. Even after the EPA took over because the Department of Transportation didn't know what it's doing. And Woody Harrelson, the only thing that he can contribute is mocking the people who did things he wouldn't do himself. And you are supposed to support it. You're supposed to laugh about it. You're supposed to think that's the good guys. That's the good response. The good response is to mock someone who has charity, to make it political. I don't know. And I don't watch Saturday Night Live. I don't care about Saturday Night Live. But I'm looking at NPR, Washington Post, Reuters, The Hill, USA Today. They're all saying the same thing. That their focus, their humor, the most funny thing that they can imagine is laughing at people who are in desperate need. That they are going to laugh at the person trying to help thousands of American citizens as the government lets them languish. Does that sound compassionate to you? Does that sound empathetic to you? Does that sound like a core American value? I mean, that's bitter, that's vile, that's vicious. Woody Harrelson should, if he actually goes through with this, if he actually winds up attacking Trump for charity at a time of a disaster, I hope he never makes another dime. Truly. I think it's insulting and evil. You may not. You may want to watch this program. I don't. I haven't watched it in decades, and I absolutely will not watch Woody Harrelson, which means I could be wrong. And if someone does watch it, and if he isn't mocking, that'd be something else. Hey, Jason. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm all right. What's going on?
So, are you still talking to the Woody Harrelson situation?
Yeah.
Yeah, as far as the comedy and then what's able to be said and whatnot, it's just yeah. I mean, look at it. It's such a weak attack. I think people are really just getting sick and tired of that line of attack on Trump, and they just want to move away from that sort of thing. The topic I wanted to talk about. Did you see the situation there with Scott Adams at all with Dilbert?
Didn't he just get kicked off of a bunch of newspapers?
Yeah.
The guy who does Dilbert, which is the newspaper comic that's been out for 3 decades. Am I right?
Yeah.
It's been around for about 3 decades. Yeah.
Yeah, 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did you? So you didn't hear about the comments and everything that he was ranting about?
Everyone makes a comment. I don't care.
No.
I don't care what his
Well,
comment was.
what did you say?
I don't care what his comment was. I mean, unless he's like demanding people kill somebody.
No, it was basically he was critical. I mean, the comment basically came across. Well, it didn't come across as racist, but basically that was what got him kicked off of all the different out of all the newspapers.
What did he say?
And he basically pretty much said things kind of in the line of the gist of the way it is with critical race theory. But
Did he call black people a hate group, or did he call BLM a hate group?
well, it wasn't even it was that, but the basic thing was that it was what he implied as well too. It's just like it's like if you're white, stay away from BLM, but then just I think black people in general. But it was related to in context, it was related to the those who basically embrace critical race theory, because it's the same thing as I mean, he used the comparison where that I thought was good, and the analogy was the Mike Pence theory. You don't, you don't go alone with a single woman, without your wife in the same room, because that just the impropriety and the simple fact that there is so much with the Me Too movement that a lot of guys who had absolutely done nothing, but just for the simple fact that they had been alone with a woman, they have no way of defending themselves, from actual, the wrong, being targeted, or somebody basically having an allegation against you. And that same sort of, theory he was applying to BLM.
Well, wait a minute.
And
Wait a minute. Here's exactly what he said.
oh, go ahead.
He exactly said, and this is according to USA Today, quote, based on the current way things are going, the best advice I would give to white people, is to get the hell away from black people. That's exactly what he said. And again, I'm quoting this. This is from USA Today. Newspapers are dropping him. This is in response. It started on Wednesday because he liked and referenced a Rasmussen report survey that asked people whether people agreed with the statement, is it okay to be white? Of which an unknown but majority number, according to USA Today, they won't tell us how many people agreed with that. And Adams noted that 26% of black respondents disagreed and others so they won't tell us any of the numbers except 26% of black people didn't agree that it's okay to be white. How many black people said it was okay to be white? Not how many said it wasn't, but how many said it was. How many Hispanics said it's okay? How many Asians said... See, they're playing with this. They're setting this up. This is a setup, and you can tell. Most agreed. But Adams noted 26%. Then why are you telling me 26%? That's a minority. Most agreed and a small number disagreed. That would be a fair thing. No, they're playing with the wording in the newspaper in this article to try and set it up. Then they go on. Adams, who is white, repeatedly referred to people who are black as members of a hate group or a racist hate group, and said he would no longer help black Americans. Okay, be very specific. Now they're giving me words. Hate group, racist hate group. Is he talking about BLM? Is he talking about Antifa? Is he talking about all black people? You got to be a little more specific. Give me the exact quote. Well, the exact quote they say is, quote, based on the current way things are going, the best advice I would give to white people is to get the hell away from black people. I'm sorry, that's really not racist. That's a reflection on the current day because guess what? That's what safe spaces are about. That is exactly what colleges have been saying for years. that you have to separate people, separate but equal. Or am I misunderstanding something? Am I not right, Jason?
Well, yeah, I mean, he was being hyperbolic about the situation, but
Well, I
simple
don't know that
fact.
he is. Going
Well,
by the
oh,
exact words that they have just
well,
presented to us.
yeah, but within the entire context of everything else that he was, talking about, and it did have to do, with this. I mean, there was multiple things that, just in the context, like you said though, the separation, you know, I think one of the things that he says though too is just that if you've got a culture, or not a culture, but you have a society that is, constantly, especially for himself, he was saying, well, he's a white male. If everybody's pointing at him and saying that he's the bad guy, and and BLM and Black Lives Matter in schools, and critical race theory is going through the entire society, and you are basically public enemy number one, then you know what, you better stay away from black people, because they're being taught, to hate you, that you are, a predatory, creature. So why if you want to take the risk with your own life, and actually socialize with people who are being indoctrinated to actually destroy you, it's just like, why would you do that? You know what I mean? I mean, if you can live somewhere, away from people that are being indoctrinated to believe that, then do so. That's pretty much what the context was of that.
I guess, but again, I can only go by what's the media
Yeah.
telling me. Well, the exact words they are telling me, the exact statement that they provide, is a statement that's not racist and is exactly what we are hearing from critical race theory, from separate but equal at colleges. It is BLM, exactly what BLM is saying, except it's black people saying it on TV rather than Scott Adams, a white guy. It's celebrities who are pushing a progressive agenda, not Scott Adams. That's the only thing I'm seeing that's different. I can only make my judgment based on what's being reported, and what's being reported is progressive propaganda.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is just that the idea behind, well, it's, I mentioned this is about the grift itself that's being kind of, destroyed, is because, he, pointed out to their, I mean, it's a hypocritical, point, because, he, again, you're talking about the safe spaces, the segregation, and he was pointing that out, honestly, more in an ironic type of way as well
He
too.
doesn't have to be ironic.
Yeah.
Oh, I hit the wrong button here. Yeah, he doesn't have to be ironic. Think of Velma. I know almost no one saw Velma because it was sick and twisted. It was a TV show about a revisioning of Scooby-Doo. It was racist. It was sexist. On every single episode, they denounced, detracted, they maligned Fred for being white. How is that any less racist, any less offensive than what they're trying to attribute to Scott Adams?
Yeah, it's the same thing. And the other point that he was saying too is everybody's asking him, well, why would you say something like this if you knew that the reaction that you were going to get from it, And he says that the thing is that the discussion needs to be had on these issues.
Yes.
And you need to be provocative to actually, get these things on the table, because the thing is that the media and everybody, they don't want to talk about it. The first reaction is to basically, cancel and to silence him. And the interesting thing now though is that because the fact that Elon Musk owns Twitter, he has a platform that is pretty substantial, that at least that avenue wouldn't, completely cut him off in his voice from actually being able to say what he says. And I'm not sure whether YouTube or, any of the other platforms have decided to, restrict his speech, but I'm kind of thinking not, because the fact is that now there's a balance of competition where if they all don't together ban at the same time, then they realized at this point, well, there's no point of us banning it if he's going to be on the other platform, you know, and the competition already puts them at a disadvantage, because if they start doing that, then they know that they'll lose, you know, the overall market. So he has been, you know, vocal on Twitter, you know, basically stating, you know, his perspective and points, you know, about that topic. He had actually did appear on, I can't remember the guy's name, a podcast that he was on with, who did an interview with him, and he went through pretty much all the specifics of it. And again, you know, the media, the first thing, their reaction is to make sure that they, you know, take him out of context and, you know, label him as racist. And then fourth, you can easily ignore any sort of, you know, having any sort of conversation with him. But that's how they do it.
Well, the thoughts are only approved if it's, you can only say things that are approved in the way that it's approved. It goes back to, again, it goes back to what we see with Roald Dahl in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Willy Wonka. It's the same thing that we see that's happening in Arizona, as I had on the screen before, where teachers are saying parents don't get to decide. Parents don't get to be involved. Teachers, the educated, the elites, the progressives, get to decide what kids can say and not say and learn. That kids don't get to be able to express themselves with the First Amendment in schools. That they don't get to have free speech in high school and in college. That's all the same message as what we're seeing here with Scott Adams. If you don't say exactly what they want you to say, if you don't obey, if you don't think and just regurgitate like a parrot the things that you've been taught, you're the problem. I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't. Maybe if I heard in full context everything that Scott Adams had said, maybe I'd be upset. Maybe not. But he should be able to say it.
Yeah, I mean, there's an interview he did. I think, I mean, it's the only one he did, and he posted it up on his Twitter feed. I mean, you take a look at it and see what's going on with that. But you immediately will understand, you know, where his attacks are coming from. And he's not by any means, you know, a conservative individual, you know,
No.
from his perspectives at
He's
all.
not.
It's just, you know, he's definitely a liberal person, but you know, when it comes to I mean, he was even a supporter of Black Lives, you know, Matter, and it's interesting perspectives as well too. I mean, they were talking about systemic racism, and I thought it was interesting, because the thing is that, again, this goes to definitions, because, you know, I mean, systemic racism is the system itself, you know, that, you know, induces, or it's set up that's putting people at a disadvantage because of racism. And we have and you know, the thing is, we do have multiple, you know, things that are set up that are systemically racism within our systems. But
I mean,
they
critical
are not
race theory. Critical race theory is the system promoting racism and sexism. That's intersectionality. That's institutional racism and sexism. That's critical race theory. It's exactly what they're doing. If you're white, you're evil. If you're black, you're a victim. The only one who can help you is the government. That's institutional racism. That's critical race theory. That's BLM.
Yeah, and you know, and the thing is they just talk about different institutions. One of the big, you know, things they both are harping on is, you know, teachers unions, and how they've, you know, put such a stranglehold on education, you know, in, you know, poorer neighborhoods where they just can't, you know, break out of that. And the unions, you know, they do what they do, and there's no escape and no change to actually improve, you know, the system. So they look at the system not being able to be improved because of teachers unions. They look at that as a form of systemic racism, which I guess, you know, considering they actually believe that they're doing people a favor due to the fact that they are unionized and they're providing a better service because of it, I do think that does have some merit as far as that, you know. You know, one other thing I was going to say is about what you're talking about is like the rewriting the books, you know, or, you know, the trigger warnings they put in all the little, you know, well, you said like with the Muppets, you know, but they do that with everything. Disney puts a trigger warning on every single thing, saying, you know, multiple things have culturally inappropriate, throughout time. But I mean, I always worry about the fact is that these places, they own the IP, and it's just a matter of time where they just simply just squash, the distribution of these titles, or they literally just completely edit them, as they want to do, the books, and that really just, and that's one of the things that I really hate, about a lot of, legacy, artwork and movies, being possessed, by these big corporations, because they basically can dictate, history, I mean, if
Yeah,
the
but that's always been the case. They've always been able to distribute various based on historical fact kinds of things. The difference here is that that wasn't necessarily based on a political agenda. This is just different forms of propaganda. The Woman King actually, literally, they love to say it's based on history. No, it's not. They completely rewrote history. Those Africans were slavers, and they're making them out to be heroes of anti-slavery. That's not based on history. That is a fantasy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about the simple fact of them basically just completely creating whatever they want and throwing it out there as propaganda, because that I mean, that could be rejected by anybody, and the free market will dictate, what people see or what. What I'm saying is that they literally buy up the IPs and the intellectual properties of certain works, books, movies, and the only way to actually be able to view them or to have them distributed among individuals is to actually go through these corporations. Well, it's the same idea, honestly, as the whole thing came over with the what the hell was it? It was the EpiPen. Remember the one guy there? He went in and bought it, and he basically was going to mark it up like from like something that was like $50 or something up to like $300 a shot.
17,000
Huh?
17,000% profit. Yes.
Yeah, and so the thing is that they have the same power to do this with every single one of these old movies. Disney has the power to do that with all the old movies in the past. Those people who made those movies, had a totally different, perspective of what, society was at the time, and and different belief system, and yet we are not allowed to see it through their eyes because somebody else is, the gatekeeper of that, the same corporation. So, we can't get, the original because, like, again, they own it, they possess it, and then you talk about like evil corporations,
Well,
dictating and
there's a catch-22 to that. If I own a property, I want to clarify the difference here. If I own a property, like I own my content, I own my videos, I should be able to edit the videos any way I want to because they're mine. Now, I can edit them to be pro or against anything if I wanted to edit that certain way, to take it out of a context from its original form. I understand that. But the thing I would prefer, and I think the thing that needs to be emphasized is, if they want to try and put out their woke culture version, make available the original version and let the public decide.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing as somebody, coming in, after you died and buying up all in your family gets, or somebody gets your videos or whatever, and then they go and they sell them off to somebody who basically wants to cut and paste them to give a completely, totally different perspective on, who you were and what you actually believed. And that's exactly what Disney's doing, and the large corporations.
And I have no problem with it as long as they have the original available, so people would have the comparison. It's when they're eliminating.
The thing is, they have they can. And that's the thing. They have the power to eliminate. That's where the danger is.
That's the danger. That's the problem. And not recognizing it for what it is. They're taking things and saying, okay, this is racist, and it's good. We have redefined racism. We have redefined sexism as a political agenda. And that's the problem. At the end of the day, that's the real problem. We are controlling thought. This is the approved racism, which next week may be a different approved racism, but this is the racism of the moment, and it's approved. Then people should see it for what it is. That's terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, I saw this video that was on Twitter being put out, and you see a bunch of people are talking about I don't know if it was whiteness or what, but basically they were defining. I think they were asked, is there anything good about white people or something, or I don't even know. But the basis was, though, is that you hear all these people chanting on what they're saying. I mean, there's no difference to what they were saying, about. I mean, you even see white people saying the same thing about themselves, and it was identical to the description of the Nazis, how they described the Jews at the same time, right before the Holocaust. I mean, it's identical.
But it's not limited to that. We have to understand, it's not limited to that. It's attacking Trump, mocking him on Saturday Night Live for charity because of politics. It's changing Roald Dahl for politics to control what people think. It's having safe spaces in colleges to control the way people interact with each other. It's having autonomous zones across our nation because people will not obey a small elite group of individuals saying this is what you must feel, this is what you must think. That's the problem inherently in this. It's not Scott Adams. Quite honestly, I don't care what Scott Adams said. He made a statement. Some people don't like it. Fantastic. And now they're trying to cancel him and all his work because he said something that offended someone. You can't have a society like that. You can have drones. You can have communism under those kind of conditions. You can't have a thinking society. That makes sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can't do that, And it's kind of funny, the Woody Harrelson thing that you're mentioning is funny because he had two different things, and he even actually went after the vaccine in the other monologue.
Did you see it?
I mean, did you? Huh?
Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw the monologue for the vaccine that he what he said against it.
Okay.
Did you see that part?
I didn't see any of it. I don't watch Saturday Night Live.
Oh no, yeah.
It's
so
crap.
I mean, so the monologue was simple. The fact is that you've got a cartel that locks everybody in their house and forces them to take their drugs multiple times, and then eventually they allow them to leave their home, and after he said that, you see the different press articles, from all the liberal networks basically saying that Woody Harrelson was an anti-vax, it was an anti-vax conspiracy theorist monologue that he pumped out. And simply all he did is just basically stated exactly what happened during the pandemic is we were locked down, we were forced, to take the vaccine multiple times, or you basically would lose your job. And then the obviously the cartel being, Pfizer or whoever, they pocketed all the money by, forcing that down our throats,
Meanwhile, in the news today, the Department of Energy says that the pandemic was created in a lab.
Yeah.
But, yeah. That's just, it's crazy. Again, these are all examples of controlled thought. It's controlled speech. It's controlled thought. You cannot think out of what is approved. And that's the problem.
Yeah.
In all these cases that we're talking about and I'm highlighting here, and I've been talking about in the show on and off, is about controlling the way people think. If you can't say the word, you can't think the word, they're controlling your thought. They're making you into a zombie. This is slavery. This is modern day slavery.
Yeah. No, it is very bad, And
It's not bad.
I mean,
it's worse than bad. It's slavery.
yeah, well,
You may not say it, I'll say it. I will say it. It is slavery. To control someone's mind, to not allow them to think, to control their life in this manner is slavery.
Yeah. You know, I was going to say, there was an observation that I made. There was some, I think, part of the algorithm for Twitter that was released, and the way that it was actually processing out the way that different content gets viewed, you know, and then gets put you know, prioritized in comments and feeds.
Yeah.
And, you know, some of the thought that I had on it, you know, was simply, I mean, granted, the left at one time pretty much made it so if they were blocking people, they could basically just, you know, you just have a huge group of people, they could just block, you know, massive numbers of conservative certain ideas, and then that would, you know, skew the algorithm. So basically, you wouldn't, I mean, you'd be completely silenced, you know, and then so they could know that, and they could abuse the system like that. But even so, if that was even the way that I think they were adjusting it, I think it was interesting, because I think that even so, the algorithm itself favors a very tribalist perspective on every single issue. And if you happen to be a person who disagrees, you know, on, you know, a subject, or, you know, to a various degree, if you don't go 100%, you know, with the complete narrative, or you have a different take or perspective on it, your perspective will be massively downgraded and suppressed because of the way that the algorithm, you know, is designed. So it doesn't matter of how.
They've been saying that since 2018 in every congressional hearing, 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, every congressional hearing with YouTube, Facebook, Google, Twitter, they have always admitted they actively suppress voices that they don't agree with. They've done it with, as an example, Facebook admitted in 2018 that they have a team and they have an algorithm that actively will suppress someone based on the color of their skin. Their statements are adjusted in the algorithm based on your color of skin. They admitted that to Congress, 2018.
Yeah, I mean, that's 100%. I mean, I'm actually talking about even now with the newer models that are being proposed are still actually causing a sway, in a negative way when it comes to over. Because the thing is that if, just for example, is if you happen to be on the right or the left, and you just ultimately hate the comment that the person's making, no matter of how valid or, you know, substantial it could be, in as far as, you know, what the context is, it will just get buried big time.
Yeah.
And it's just
It's not approved.
yeah.
The speech is about what is approved. And
Yeah, I mean, the thought always has to be 100% approved all the time.
yes.
And, you know, and that's the thing, is just that the crazy thing is, though, is the thoughts that are most likely to get suppressed are the ones that are most critical of anything. So if you criticize, you know, a policy that's embraced by both, or, you know, if you're criticizing both parties, then the negative feedback that you're getting is from everybody. You know, positive feedback is far more limited than any sort of negative feedback. So basically, by, you know, having critical thought, you know, and then having certain ideas, you're far more likely to be suppressed than heard, because you are not, you know, because you're not part of one of the tribes, or you're not, you know, before it was just you weren't part of the only tribe that was allowed to speak on the social medias. But still, even now, it's still set up in a way that actually skews, you know, open thought, or
It's not
kind of
meant to be.
suppresses it.
It's not meant to be open thought. It's meant to be approved thought. And we're seeing that in our schools, our colleges. We're seeing that in entertainment. We're seeing that in social media, in classic books. It's about controlled thought. This is the very same thing. I mean, this has been going on, or at least people have noticed that it's been going on since 2017, or was it 2016, when Jordan Peterson was first talking about, in Canada, Bill C-16, which mandated the way that you could speak to students about they, these, they, them, whatever the hell it was. But they were required to have all these terms. Same idea. And it's been going on for a long time. And we have a generation of kids who are growing up on this, not knowing that they have had their freedom stripped from them, stolen from them. Because we have leaders who don't have the balls to stand up and say, that's not freedom, that's not leadership, there is no plan to this, no positive impact to this, no positive plan here. This isn't going to help a society maintain. It's destructive. It's evil. It is evil.
Yeah.
You know? And that's where my problem is with it. Honestly,
Yeah.
I don't care if Scott Adams was, again, going back to Scott Adams, I don't care if he's making something that, making a statement I don't like. I have a problem that they're silencing him from having a thought. I don't care if you don't like the words in Willy Wonka. Don't buy the book. I don't care that you don't like the Lord of the Rings. Make your own. I don't believe in safe spaces. This is all the same kind of repressive, authoritarian dictatorship that turns the public into slaves.
Yeah.
And it's dangerous. And it's happening all around us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way I see that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I'm interested in, I don't know, maybe someone else has a different idea about it. I don't know. What else were you thinking? Was there something else you wanted to touch on?
I mean, there's always things. I mean, you check out our inflation is running out of control and was
Yeah.
completely
Let's
missed. I mean, that's a complete joke. Now they even show that, they revised the numbers down in the GDP, and then
Yeah.
now the overall inflation, the CPI numbers are up, and they're like, whoops, oh, we didn't see that, and it's like, really?
Yeah, I was covering that earlier in the show.
Yeah,
Coming from
it's a joke.
CNN.
Yeah, and so it's just like it's bad. I mean, look, the thing is that I think one of the things that people don't see too is that the inflation is a monetary problem, and now we did see some layoffs in the tech sector, right? Well, the funny thing about the tech sector is a lot of these tech sector jobs actually offer substantial pensions, And some of the theories that were going out is that you had a lot of these tech guys going out. They all lost their jobs, and so what do? They go home, they're collecting the pension, for like 6 months or whatever, a lot of money. And so what were they doing? They're pretty much just throwing it at the stock market. And then so you were seeing, a lot of even with like Bitcoin and other things, you were seeing, massive inflows of money from retail investors the last couple months being pumped into the market, and everybody's kind of like, wow, we got all this money. Well, the thing is that again, you had people getting laid off, sitting at home in front of the computer, and then they had these massive, checks that were technically being given to them. Yes, they are unemployed; they're not working. Their finances will, go down, and their money will deplete. But the thing is it was just another boost, of money that actually just kind of like went back into the market, and
But
of course it causes.
But the stock market isn't.
Huh?
The stock market isn't the economy. Unemployment
No.
isn't the economy. That's the problem.
No, but the thing is that there's the amount of money that was actually put into the system. You can actually see that there was a problem.
Well, that's the point. The problem is we're spending too much. We are spending money we don't have. We're creating money we don't have.
Right.
There's your core problem. But they're pointing to unemployment. That's not the economy. They're pointing to the stock market. That's not the economy. When you go and buy eggs and they're up 500% in 2 years, that's the economy. When you can't find supplies because they're not being made and the supply chain has broken down, that's the economy. They don't want to talk about that. And there's your problem. So the movement of the stock market, which is mostly emotional, and it's predicting future actions, really has nothing to do with the economy. And that's the thing. People are looking at it like, well, that's the economy. That must, if the stock market's up, things must be good. No, you're paying 500% more for eggs. You can't buy lettuce. Butter is in high demand because there's a shortage of butter. Okay, you're paying more for gas. You're paying more for electricity. You're paying more for housing. That's the economy. And when people are talking about the stock market, or they're talking about, what is it? Just had it in my head. Jobs, unemployment. You're missing what the actual economy is.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's part of the problem is that, they try to focus in on just individual statistics to actually get, a feel of where we're at. And look, they've been completely wrong a million times. I mean, they're telling us that, it was transitory, and, then they're like, oh, it's going to be a soft landing, things going. And it's just like, how many times do they got to be wrong on it? They just cannot forecast it. There's so many moving parts.
They're not trying to forecast it. There aren't that many moving parts. People can forecast. It's been done. I've done it on this show. I mean, in February of 2021, I was talking about the economy, U.S. economy, going into a downturn. I have several videos from February 2021 going up to about 2 months ago, detailing how the economy is was approaching inflation, high inflation, and then went into a recession, and how we have continued in that. And that's going to happen until 2025, which has nothing to do, and in all of the analysis I've done, coming from the government itself, I will never quote unemployment or the stock market, because those have nothing to do with it. People aren't thinking about that. Again, it's the approved message. And that's why they keep changing what the message is. Oh, we'll talk about the unemployment numbers now because that's good. Oh, no, next month we're going to talk about the stock market because that's looking good. Oh, we're going to talk about how much gas has dropped from the peak and say that that's good. They keep searching for a new number because the underlying problem is the economy's bad. But they're changing the approved message. Make sense?
No, absolutely. Look at, I mean, the fact is that, yeah, I mean, we're heading in a very, bad place. I mean, you've got, and all the fixings of the problems about inflation, from the Democrats always is spending more money, or increasing, the wages, which again, is just further inflation on something that's already, too high. And I mean, part of it's their own doing. Is just like, I mean, they're constantly pushing and demanding that people, who are working, entry jobs, to constantly have their wages be artificially inflated, beyond even what the market's demanding, even at this point. And it's going to be really rough because the bottom line is that, once they get inflated, a lot of times those numbers don't go back down. And if they don't, then you'll just see massive unemployment for a prolonged period of time, which is technically just stagflation.
Yes. Yes, and that's what's happening right now. It's part of the recession we're in.
Yeah.
Has been since the summer of 22.
Yeah.
It's not going to get better. And the problem is they're not going to let people honestly talk about it because it's obvious. They know these numbers. That's why they're playing the game they're playing.
Yeah.
All right, let me jump back in. There's one last thing I want to talk about with some people before I end the show. We've been on for about 4 hours. But I didn't want to. Was there anything else you wanted to mention to everybody?
Nope. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Thank you,
Have a
Jason.
good one. Yep, bye.
All right, folks. So again, as we mentioned several times through the show, I think I mentioned it several times. We want to thank you. Please, always feel free to call in either at 607-242-9247 or on Facebook. To reach us, you can reach us on Messenger or just send your messages. As you can see, like Dal and Hot Chicks and User has been banned. so many other people, you can leave your comments so that we can respond to all of them. And we want to hear what you think about these things. Because I think this is really getting bad. How bad is all of this? The way that they're trying to control the way we think, the way we feel, what we can say, what we can't say. And it's really breaking our country apart, and that's having an impact overseas. And, I mean, think about it. How many people heard about this? On February 23rd, 3 days ago. Yeah, 3 days ago. In Idaho, the people of Idaho are trying to divorce themselves from the state of Idaho to join Oregon. The people want to break the states, and they want to split them up because their leaders aren't listening, because they are so busy trying to put out the approved message, they're not listening to what people are saying about the actual message, about what is actually happening, about how they are actually being affected. And I don't think that's getting out a lot. This isn't a new thing, by the way. Idaho has been trying this for, 2-3 years? Idaho and Oregon, yeah. They've been talking about this for about 3 years now, that I'm aware of it. At least 3 years that they have been saying they want to switch. And it's not just in conservatives. No. Don't think it's just a conservative thing, because it's also, it's not just the greater Idaho. Here it is. It's in New York State, in a progressive state, one of the biggest progressive states, Senate Bill 3093, which was introduced on, there it is, January 27th of 2023. And it says, it proposes a constitutional amendment, New York State Constitution, to divide the state of New York into 3 autonomous regions. They want to split the state into 3 states: New Amsterdam, the New York region, and the Montauk region, and provides regional governors and regional legislators. Basically, they're going to break New York and create 3 completely different states. That's exactly what we're hearing on the other side with conservatives in Oregon and Idaho. We're losing our country. People are trying to break apart the states to escape the problems that we are seeing. The problems of a lack of leadership that is responsive to the people, the lack of efficiency of our governments, the lack of effectiveness of our governments at the local, state, and federal level. That people are tired of having to spout the approved messaging or to be removed from the approved messaging. And yeah, in New York State, Users Been Banned mentions, in New York State, this is an idea to break up New York into 1 or 2 or 3 different states. That's been going on for a decade. Users Been Banned says he's heard about it a few years ago. I've heard about this for a decade. I've covered this on this channel, I think 10 years ago. Now, people have been saying, we need to split this because the state is not effective or efficient. New York State has more debt than about 50% of all the countries in the world's GDP put together. The budget of New York State in 1 year is equal to half of the world's GDP put together. Think about that. And we're losing money. That's the debt. That's how much money New York State is losing. It's about $200 billion a year. This is ridiculous. $200 billion? We're losing because our country is not efficient. It is not effective. It doesn't have a leadership with a plan. We see that in California with Governor Newsom. We see that in Michigan with Governor Whitmer. We see that in New York State with Governor Hochul. We see that in New Jersey, in Pennsylvania, in Maryland. We see that in Illinois. All of the bluer than blue strongholds, we see this over and over again. Hot Chicks mentions, well, then they won't be able to be admitted into the union. That's not true. They can be in the state of, they can be part of the United States. It just takes a vote. You can have new states. We can add more states. I know we haven't added any states since Hawaii, but we can add more. The question is, can you take away New York State as it exists now, or California there's a movement for California to split California into 3 or is it 7 states? You can do it. All you have to do is make sure that you have the correct amount of people in that state and have that voted on in Congress, and it's a new state. Now, I do know Dow's mentioning correctly that in the Senate bill for New York State, they're a little different because they're saying, well, it's still one big New York State with 3 individual areas that are all separate. But I don't see a difference between 3 different governors with 3 different economies all inside one big area that's called New York State and having 3 states. You are functionally having 3 states. So I get what Dow's saying, but it's not 3 quote unquote states because they're afraid they can't get the vote. I think you just go, why do it by half measures? Just if you're going to break the state, break the state. But I think the bigger thing is this is a direct reaction to the failure in our government. The answer to that, which I was speaking with John about earlier in the show, is we want to have better elections. We need to elect better people. We have to elect effective people. We have to make sure those people are responding to the constituents and not their political agendas and their political parties, to the special interests that donate the most money to them. Because we are seeing it fail in front of our eyes. Hot Chick says, well, if you're breaking up the states, how do you divide the debt? Good question. The best answer I would have for how would you divide the debt, look at the regions and how much income and where are you spending the money. Split it by where the money is being spent. If New York City is taking 50% of New York State's income, they have 50% of New York State's debt. Split it out that way. I know they don't want to deal with that because it's important. But understand, if they are generating X amount of dollars or losing X amount of dollars, that's how you split it. I mean, that only makes sense to me. It's aggravating. But again, my core problem isn't that California, Idaho, New York want to break into smaller states. My problem is that it's because we have leadership that failed. Why are they trying to pass this in New York State? We have because Governor Hochul was reelected and she is failing New York State. Because Greg Newsom is failing California. Because they are failing. Why do we keep reelecting them? Why are we reelecting failures? Andrew Cuomo, disgusting man that he is, man who's committed multiple acts of sexual assault, according to New York State. He got elected year after year after year. And he was corrupt, surrounded by massive corruption. We have to change the way we vote. It's not, we can take every single state and split it in 3. Have 150 states. If you haven't addressed the core problem, it doesn't matter how many states you make. It doesn't matter if we have a flag that's nothing but stars. We could have 1,000 states. It doesn't matter. If the core problem hasn't been resolved, if we keep electing bad people without a plan, who aren't effective, who aren't responsive to the people, then you will only get bad results. We have to fix that. And that means we have to be able to talk to each other, even if someone's offended, even if someone doesn't like it. I mean, that seems to be the only way to fix it to me. That seems to be the core of the problem. That's me. And I'm not against, people want to break up the states, break up the states. I don't care. But that's not my concern because that's not the core problem. You're not going to fix the problem by breaking up the state. At least that's how I see that. But I thought it's important. I think it's important to talk about that because we're hearing this more and more and more. I think it was Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene was saying that the United States has to break and split up into different regions, which is another idea. Same idea as what we're seeing on state level. Now it's on the federal level. But again, the same core problem comes back. It's not addressing the real root. The inability of people to speak, the reluctance of leaders, of elected officials to lead, we don't have plans in place. We don't have people who are making plans, good plans, bad plans, any kind of plan. They're just winging it. They're just trying to get to the next election. So it doesn't matter. Not everyone will agree with me, and that's okay. But I think that's the really important thing. We can have 50 states, we could have 51, we could have 57, doesn't matter, 150, doesn't matter. If we don't fix that problem, you're never going to fix any of it. At least, that's how I see that. Does that make sense, folks? Does that make sense to you that where the root problem isn't how many states we have or which state we have, but the leadership? Because really, at the end of the day, that's what we're upset about. People they're not really upset that they need an extra senator, they need an extra member of Congress. No. Most people don't even pay attention to what's happening in Congress now. You want to triple its size? You'll have 3 times as many people who aren't paying attention. Or the same number of people who don't pay attention. They don't care now. Why would you care if it's a smaller state? It's still got bad people doing bad things and you're not paying attention to it? It doesn't help you how many they have. I mean, does that make sense? I don't know. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I think it does. But let me jump. I know it's been a little back and forth today. Again, what happened with my puppy and making sure he's safe really threw me off today. Hey, Graham. Good to see you. Hello, and thank you for calling in. Graham, is that you?
Hey, Michael.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. What's going on?
All right. No, I just wanted to address what you were just saying about how if we expand the states and if we expand Congress and how even if we get more people in there, does that mean that people are going to pay attention less? I've always been fascinated with the state of New Hampshire because from what friends have told me, New Hampshire has one of the biggest state legislatures in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's to the point where if you live in a certain neighborhood in New Hampshire, you have almost like a personal relationship with your state assembly person. Might not be the case with your state senator, but if you know your state assembly person on a first name basis, I think that's like a really good thing, especially for people to like stay involved and to keep up with like what their state government is doing. And on the other side of that, I mean, people in California, people like me, we have, I think, one state senator for every 1 million people and one state assembly person for every 500,000 people, right? Like that to me means that like nobody's going to pay attention to what's happening at the state level. And that goes to what you were just talking about in terms of California and other states. Like a lot of people are saying they want to break up because they're viewing their state government as like not serving them at all. So I'm just kind of curious, like, what's your opinion on that in terms of like the difference between a state like New Hampshire and a state like California?
Well, it comes back to the same thing. if you have elected good people, someone who's effective, it's not whether I know Bob down the street is my assemblyman. If you don't know what Bob's doing, what does it matter? If Bob put in, I'm just throwing this out here. So you have Bob, and Bob wants to defund the police. Okay. Does it matter that you think Bob's a great guy? If you don't agree with defunding the police, and you think Bob's a great guy, but you don't know that he's trying to defund the police, is that a good vote?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And then that goes to something that Hillary Clinton once said. I'm definitely not a fan, and I didn't vote for her in 2016. But I remember when she was saying that every person in office is inevitably going to have both a public and a private position. Right. So when you're saying that if Assembly Person X, is in favor of defunding the police, well, then, if you don't like that, then you're going to vote against them. Okay. Right. That's totally fine in terms of their public position. But it seems to me that if we're thinking about trying to improve our level of civic engagement, and if we have access to somebody who we know on a first name basis, we can at least call up their office. We can at least write them a letter. We can reach out to them in some way and be like, hey, Assembly Person X, why are you in favor of that? To me, that seems like a really, really bad decision. Is there something that I'm not seeing from your perspective? Can you explain to me why you are in favor of quote unquote defunding the police?
No, I understand exactly what you're saying there. And by the way, just so people know, and you can go to Ballotpedia, I just pulled it up myself. New Hampshire has 228 legislative districts, 400 for the House, 24 for the Senate. It is a ridiculous number.
Mm-hmm.
So I get that, but you have that now. As an example, and I know people will say, well, I'm an exception to the rule, but I can only point to myself. But to answer your question, Grab, I know several members of Congress. I know them. Now, I know some of them privately as well as publicly. But that's because I've actually shown up at their town halls. I was just recently at the town hall for Mark Molinaro.
Mm-hmm.
I showed up early, spoke to him for a couple minutes before the event, and then I was also asked a question at the event, which is all on video, and people can see it for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
When the event started, my question and his answer, as well as every other question and answer that was made. It's about 2 weeks ago. So the fact is, though, in that room, there was about 30, 40 people, roughly. Most of them from two different political organizations, both of them on the left. And I know this because I know those individuals. I've been at their events. I've seen them with that organization over and over and over again. They've even been interviewed by the press and admitted that they are members of two different far left organizations. But that's the opportunity. That room could have had 200 people in it. He could have had a bigger location. He's going to 11 different districts, 11 different counties, because the New York 19th district now has that, gerrymandered and all. But people have access. People can write a letter. I have submitted letters at the local, state, and federal level. I've actually put in propositions for law. I've actually written out bills to be proposed as law at the local, state, and federal level.
Mm-hmm.
You can do that. I don't need to be on a first name basis to be able to do all the things that you're mentioning.
Mm-hmm.
People aren't doing it. I am familiar, and you've seen me on the show many times. I read bills, and I will tell people about this bill or that bill that I became aware of, what it says, and I will actually go through the lines. Like, this is the line I have a problem with. There's a line I don't have a problem with. A1345, I believe it was, a week ago. No, 1344, where I was like, okay, it had only 4 lines. 1, 2, and 4 I was fine with. 3 is the one that destroys everyone's life. you could find that too.
Mhm.
And you can write about it right now. So we don't need more people. We need people being more involved. And I think that's more effective because just having more voices doesn't make it better, especially if you're not. How much more corruption can I have? If we have, as an example of New Hampshire,
Mhm.
let's just go with the round number of 400, right? There's 400 people there.
Mhm.
And let's say that right now, actually, I'm going to make the numbers easier. It's 500. Let's say 500, just round
Mhm.
numbers. And let's say 10% of those people are corrupt because no one's paying attention.
Mhm.
Okay? If we triple the number to 1,500, right? So we have 500, 10% of them are corrupt, that's 50. If we keep the same corruption rate because people aren't paying attention and we have 1,500 members, we now have 150. We haven't improved the situation. Same percentage of people are corrupt, but we have more of them. And so we're not improving it just because people know them better, because no one's paying attention to them, so they don't hold themselves accountable. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I totally appreciate that answer. I would just say two things.
Sure.
I don't know if I'm on. I don't know if I agree. I don't know
Okay.
yet if I agree with the notion that like if you have more people, then that means you're gonna have more corruption. Maybe you're right about that, but maybe there's the other side of the coin where it's just going to be the same amount of corruption, and there's going to be the same amount of money flowing in to try to negotiate those bribes, but those bribes will be they'll be more dispersed. They'll be more spread out over more people. And what I tend to think is that if somebody has a first name basis relationship with somebody in office, I would venture to guess that they will more easily detect, they'll more quickly pick up on the fact that their representative is not representing them and instead is being bought by the big money donors. It seems to me that that might be the case, or you could be, or you could be correct.
Well,
I'm not
no.
really sure.
Well, let's think it through together.
Yeah.
The first one is completely unknown. We don't know if the corruption would increase, decrease, stay the same as a percentage or as a fixed number. No way to know. So let's throw that out because that's an unknown. And anyone can make an argument rightly that it'll be bigger, smaller, stay the same percentage-wise or numerically. So let's throw that out. Let's deal with the second one. I think that's the more important question.
Mm-hmm.
How would you know yes, again, do you know this represented by name, whether it's today in the system as it exists or we split it into whatever number, doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know they're not representing you? How do you know they are representing you? You have to take an additional step. You have to know what they are doing. And that's the important. That's what I'm saying is the key. Because whether it's more, dozens of them or a single person, doesn't matter. The only way you know if they are representing you effectively, efficiently, accurately, is if you're involved to find out what they are doing. Do you see what I mean? That's the core point that I'm at. So that's why I don't care if it's more or less of them. It's you still have to be involved. Otherwise, you'll never know.
Right. So no, I think I understand what you're saying, and maybe we're both right now kind of talking about like sort of an overlap of the issue of trust.
Yes.
It seems
Accountability, I think, more than trust.
Right. Okay. Right. And then maybe a smaller overlap of what did you say? Them being accountable.
Well, I think it's accountability first, representation second, and then third would be trust.
Right. And would you agree that trust is the deepest level out of those?
Personally, yes.
Right.
But effectively or professionally, politically, no.
Okay.
Because
I'm not sure what you mean by that second part, but
okay,
I guess,
I'll explain it.
No, I guess I'll just wrap up this point by saying like,
mm-hmm.
it seems to me that one way that we could try to, and obviously I'm speaking from a like young idealist point of view right now, right? It seems to me that one way that we could try to improve our politics is that we could try to implement structural solutions that lead to more trust. Trust being possibly the deepest level of agreement between people. I mean, I think trust is like a very crucial element in loyalty. I mean, I know Victor Davis Hanson wrote a book called The Dying Citizen recently, and then he also put up an 8-part series on Hillsdale College, about half an hour each, and where he basically talks about the main points of the book. And he was talking about the idea that like back in the day, like citizenship did not come easily. You really had to earn it.
Yes.
You had to be able to defend your society. You had to like keep up with the developments in terms of the law, in terms of the politics, in terms of the governance. And you had to own land, even if it was one small piece of land. Like you had to be intimately tied. You had to be intimately connected to that society to be considered a citizen, and then to vote. Like your vote was really important, right? So I guess what I'm trying to get back to in terms of like trust is like, I think trust is one of the things that our society is really tragically missing. And if we could try to take steps towards regaining that by perhaps having people have a more, I don't know, maybe even just communicative level with their representative, maybe that would be a good step towards like, you know, solving some of our problems. I guess I'll just wrap up with like one last point on this, which is that I think for the vast majority of people, like they don't relate to their representatives and they don't relate to their government the way that you and I and people who watch the show do. I mean, I think it's a safe guess to say that like the majority of your audience, like we're political wonks. You know, like we like to follow the news. We like to spend a lot of, or at least some of our time every week following what goes on. And we do it, you know, for various motivations, whether we're sort of like, you know, pulled into it psychologically, or we do it because we like really thoroughly enjoy it.
Right.
And the thing is like most people, I think, are not like that. I mean, most people I think are too busy, you know, they have working lives and like they have families and they have, you know, all these commitments. And for them, like keeping up with what their government is doing, they have such little time in their lives left to do that it's kind of hard. It's hard for them to do what you were talking about earlier in terms of like, oh, well, you can show up to town halls and you can read through the legislation and you can identify clauses and lines that say, hey, you know, this is like a problem and like we need to address this. Like, I'm not saying that your solution is a bad one. I think it's a good one. But the thing is like when I think of increasing representation at a state level, it seems to me that people who don't have as much time as we do to keep up with political developments, if they at least have a relationship with their assembly person, with their local representative, and if they communicate with them on a first name basis, they can ask those basic questions of like, hey, I saw that you voted this way, and that to me seems totally wrong. Can you explain to me why you did that and why you know, perhaps I'm wrong and you're right?
No, I'm not looking at this as wrong and right. I don't want to say that. If you notice, I try generally not to say that. I try to say, here's my conclusion. Here's how I get there. Whether you accept it or not is a different thing. But so I don't want to say wrong, because I think there's a lot of what you're saying I agree with. But I think the degree of what I agree with is different. So you mentioned trust versus loyalty. Let me address that. Con men rely on trust. Even today, people, when you see people, all the ads that are out in every election, it's about trust. Trust me, give me your vote. Trust me, I'm promising I'm going to earn your vote. I promise I'm going to pass college loan elimination, or I'm going to cut taxes, or I'm going to increase the military, or get rid of the military, defund the police, whatever it is, right? This is a trust. You're being asked for trust. Trust can be misplaced. trust can be abused because trust doesn't have a substantive basis. It is a feeling. It is a faith. It can, or rather, I should say, it can exist in faith alone. And it can be misrepresented or miscommunicated to abuse that trust.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm not looking at trust as a primary. I understand why you would say that. I get it. But that's not the primary focus. Second thing, loyalty. Loyalty, again, can be misplaced. If we are blindly loyal, which we have right now, 20% of all Democrats vote pure Democrats straight down the line. 20% of Republicans vote pure Republicans straight down the line. Anyone running from any election will, unless they're an absolutely crap candidate, you're getting 20% of the vote. In every election, you will get 20%, plus minus, 1 or 2%. Guaranteed. I could have a glass of water. It'll get 20% of the vote if it's just two candidates up there. Guaranteed. All I have to do is put a D or an R behind its name. So there's my problem with loyalty. Loyalty can be misplaced, again, because there's no substance behind it. It's just loyalty to the party, to the gender, the race, the ideology, whatever it may be. It doesn't necessarily have substance behind it. So that's why I count those two much lower and why I want accountability to be so much higher and why knowing, firsthand knowledge is so much more important because it's substantive. There's a trust exercise that happens in, I guess, corporations or something where someone's standing, you have two people standing. One has a back to the other person, so they tell you, and they say, fall back and the other person will catch you. Mm-hmm. It's a trust exercise. You're trusting them to catch you, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. That's not built on anything substantive. That's your faith. That's politics today. You're just falling and they promise they will catch you. You have no reason to believe that they will, other than they said so. But if you're perhaps going with that same example, yeah, I trust you, but I also have a mirror and I'm looking at you. I know that you're doing, or there's a camera and I can see that. So I have substance besides just that you said you're going to do it. But I also know that you're big enough, you're strong enough, you're fast enough that not only can you catch me, but you're going to make sure I'm safe. Because you could be 4'1" and catch me, and I'm going to still crash to the ground and hurt myself. You had the right intention. I had the right trust in you, but you failed. And substantively, I should have expected you to fail. Because I'm 6'1" and 200 pounds, you're 4'1", 50 pounds. I'm going to wind up getting hurt in that same example. And I'm trying to make it very visual. I know I'm going to extremes on it, but that's where substance, the accountability, the input of you into that situation is so important because there's so many variations there and so many ways it can be abused either on purpose or by accident. That's why being involved. And you mentioned one other thing I think is critical in this conversation about time. I do not accept for myself and in the way I view it of people saying there's not enough time, because that is almost categorically incorrect. We all have time. It takes about an hour a day on the issue you care about. Now, yes, I'm a political junkie. I spend 8, 12, 16 hours, depending on the day, studying all kinds of news from all around the world. I am an aberration. Don't go by me. But what I always recommend to people, especially people who say, I want to learn about this, spend 1 hour a day. It's kind of like when I got into the stock market back in, 96, 95, something like that, 94, even sooner. The first thing I was taught is read the Wall Street Journal every day for 30 days. By the end of those 30 days, you're going to understand the terms that we're talking about and that you need for this job. Same kind of idea. follow one thing. If your thing is abortion or guns or inflation or I don't know, whatever your thing is, you just follow that one thing. An hour a day, every day, for 30 days. At the end of those 30 days, you're going to know that. And that time goes by. And when people say, well, I don't have time, I don't have an hour a day. The average person in America spends approximately 40 hours a week watching TV. It's a full-time job. That doesn't count going to movies, going to a bar, going out to eat. It doesn't count the time that you spend in your car. The average person drives about an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes to or from work, which is time that we all have cell phones, radios. You can be listening to news throughout that entire time, especially on your cell phone, where you can target specific channels for that news that you want to follow. We have the time. When we are doing something, people play video games. God knows how many hours people will play on a video game, or they binge watch TV shows. They go out and read comic books. They play D&D. I'm getting a little geeky here, but you see the point I'm saying. These are the things that people do every day. We have the time. It's the priority of what do we want to spend time on. Again, that's why I say 1 hour a day on the issue you care about, whatever it is for you. Learn that and judge your politicians by that standard. Now you have substance and knowledge. Then you have a basis to give trust and loyalty because you know. It's not even faith. You know that you can trust them because you've seen their history on how they voted and how well they've matched up to their promises, to their actions. Whether or not it's effective doesn't matter. Are they doing what they said they would do? Or is what they're doing reflecting what I would want them to do? What are the actual details of what it is they're trying to do? Not just the title, what is it? And therefore, if they're doing all of that, then I'm loyal to them. I would want them to vote. I would want to vote for them again because they've done everything substantively that I need, validated my trust in giving them my vote, and it only cost me an hour a day. What? We can brush our teeth for an hour. Some people do. You throw away an hour a day every day. So that's why I don't rate trust and loyalty as high as accountability and knowledge, and why I don't look at the question or the statement not enough time as being an effective counter to that, because I don't see it effectively. Do you see how I come to these conclusions?
Yeah, no, I think you explained yourself really well. I definitely agree that even if we value trust between ourselves and a representative, we should also verify. I definitely agree with that notion, and that we should do our own research, and that we should start with things that are most important to us. And if we need to start with an hour a day, with a very targeted source of information, then that's a good way to start. I definitely agree with that. I guess I should have been more clear when I was talking about loyalty. Like when I was talking about loyalty, it was like loyalty to the larger picture, like the system, and how, especially after 2020, a lot of people said, well, my vote doesn't mean anything anymore, so I don't see the point of voting anymore. So that's what I was trying to talk about when I was talking about loyalty. I was talking about loyalty in terms of like the larger scale of things.
Right, but I think it works from my explanation of it, or what I was trying to convey. I think that works at every scale. Local, state, federal doesn't change, because again, it's based on the same principles. Make sense?
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. I'll just leave you with one last point, and then I'll let you go. I'm gonna post a link in the chat, and next week I want to ask you what your thoughts are on regulation versus deregulation, especially in the context of the Ohio train derailment, because I saw, I think it's It's an article by the Washington Examiner. They talk about how this guy named Andrew Bates, I don't know who he is. It just says that he's a White House spokesperson. He basically said that the Ohio train derailment was Republicans' fault because during the Trump administration, they rolled back Obama, Biden era protections that would have led to measures to help prevent the crash, and also would have helped agencies like the EPA respond faster after the disaster did happen. I have no idea what the validity or the truth is behind those claims, but then also in terms of the larger picture of regulation versus deregulation, I'll be pretty curious to hear your thoughts on that next week.
Okay, do me a favor. Don't
Yeah.
put it in the chat, the live chat. Put it as a comment.
Put it as a comment.
Yeah, I'll see it faster and easier after the show to do more research on it. So
Yeah.
put it in there. And also, I think chat has a block on any of the links.
Do I have to wait? Do I have to wait until your live stream is over to push to post the comment, or can I just do it like right now?
No, I think you can do it right now.
Okay.
YouTube
All right, I didn't hear you
YouTube
right now,
messes
but-
with my system sometimes, so you don't necessarily see it right away. But yeah,
Okay.
just leave it as
Okay.
a comment, and this way, I can see it quickly and easily. I don't have to try and timestamp it and search
All right,
through.
I'll try to post the comment. All right, thanks for the conversation, Michael.
Absolutely.
Yeah, have a good night.
Thank you, Graham.
Bye.
So, folks, like with Graham and with everyone else that calls in, I'm always happy to hear what you have to say and what your thoughts are. I hope that made sense when Graham is asking me the questions. Whether you agree with my answer or not, that you can understand why my answer is what it is, where my reasoning is coming from. Or maybe you agree with Graham more, maybe agree with me more, maybe you have a different one. But I think it's important that we have that conversation. Because again, it's not that I disagree with what Graham was saying. I think there's a different priority to what the issues, the points that he was making. For me, there's a different priority. That's me. For you, you could have an entirely different priority, or you could have the same one as Graham, and that's okay. But I think at the core of all of that is be involved. Because whether it's you know them on a first name basis, whether you trust them, whether loyalty, whether it's you have the time, it all comes down to you. You are the key in all of that, I believe. Because nothing happens without you being involved in that process. No matter how you think, whether you need to know your politician, not know them, be active with them, not active, it's up to you. But I think that's the key. But I enjoy the conversation. I enjoy that question. I enjoy all of your questions, folks. I love hearing what you guys have to say and what you're asking me about. Because you're the key. You're the reason why I do this every week. And again, there are people around the world. I know this program is being watched in the United Kingdom. I know this show is being watched in India, in Pakistan. It is being watched in China, believe it or not. I don't know how I'm getting through in China, but there are people in China who are watching this program. It's in South America, throughout Europe. People are watching this, and they're listening to your questions, especially for those of us who are in America talking about these issues. People are looking to us to see what is their beacon of light, their direction, their stars to reach for. So it's always important. Never feel like you have a question. At least on this program, I can tell you, there is no bad question. I may not agree. I may be very passionate in not agreeing or agreeing with you. But I will always respect you. And I always thank you for giving me your questions. And I always want to hear what you have to say. No matter whether we agree or not. Never, ever let that hold you back from asking a question. Or like what we see Graham, he's going to be leaving me a question for next week. And I will make sure to answer that question next week to give him a response because you guys are why I'm here. This is why I do this. Now, I will also say, and I haven't said it all show, but I should, please, if you have found this to be entertaining, educational, informative, if it's something you listen to as you go to sleep, whatever your reason is, if you made it this far, please, absolutely, like, share, subscribe, even if you don't agree with me, just to help reach more people, whether that's to tell me how I'm wrong or to tell me how I'm right or to tell me there's something else I missed. Please like, share, subscribe. It costs you nothing, makes a world of difference to me. It helps so much to reach those people in France, in Germany, in, Iran and Angola and the rest of the world. I should mention again, because we're wrapping up a little bit, unless someone calls in right now, I'm going to be wrapping up shortly. But I did want to also mention again, please remember that we will be getting my interview in the United Kingdom with E-Alternative. As you can see, it's alt-alternative. As you can see it on the screen, it will be in the links in the description. Monday, you will be able to see the conversation had with the United Kingdom. A couple of great guys, Aaron, Cam, talking about their views of America, their questions about America, American politics, America's interaction with the world from the UK point of view. I really think it's great. Young guys, they did a great job. I enjoyed it. It's a really good conversation. In addition, another shout out to my good friend Larry Sharp, who had me on. You may have heard a little bit of this when I was looking for Khan, my dog, and making sure he was okay. Great conversation with Larry Sharp, with Leanne Starr. I know you can't see her here. Hang on. There's her face. Leanne Starr and Larry Sharp talking about OnlyFans, e-girls, cam girls, sex workers, their impact on our society, their goals, their dreams, their challenges, some of their life experiences. Please do take a moment to check that out if you have not already. I think it was fantastic. Oops, I've had that going again. All right. But we've been on almost 5 hours. Wow. Time flies sometimes. So I want to thank you again for being part of the show, for liking and sharing and telling people about the show and letting them know we are continuing to grow. We're over 1,000. We're looking to get to, 5,000, whatever the number is, to reach more people around the world. I thank you for the time you've given me today. I appreciate every comment, every call, every like and share, everything you guys do. You make it all worthwhile. You know what? I'll talk to you next week. I'm going to be going over the interview with Cam and Aaron, and we'll talk about Graham's question and so much more. Until then, I want you to be safe. I want you to be well, and I want you to be loved because I love you.